Ủa Lan nói là liên quan cắt anh với anh.
A culmination of years of work for these Furia players. 3 of them have been playing since the beginning of the game, never having an opportunity to play at this level. But their very first opponent, the squad that has shut down young teams before, sent #1 seeds to the grave, who does this pretty much every day.
You just saw it there in the HyperX map select. Our first destination is going to be Haven. You said that this was probably going to be the most one-sided map of the series. The other two, a little more even. Furia have only played Haven once. They are 1-0 on it. What's the reason for you thinking it's going to be one-sided?
It has a lot to do with PaperX just showing a level of excellence here. They brought this Phoenix comp, into the fold in 2026, which by the numbers has also been very successful against the anti-meta comp rather. Furia, on the other hand, they are playing the very standard meta comp with the Neon. It's what Gen G introduced last year. And one thing I do want to pull from them is that we spoke about Koala playing the Omen versus some of the other agents like Yoru. This is one where he's playing the Omen, and it's going to be hard for him to find as much success opping as if you were on the Yoru.
This is where I'm hoping to see the culmination of the time off for Furia coming together. You know what comp PaperX plays. You've even seen other teams like G2 who stole this. They went up against T1. T1 tried that ISO comp to counter and find a solution. They dominated G2 at the start of that game, barely let it slip in the second half. I think this is Furia's chance to show us that they can counter-strat at this level.
Do you want to see anti-stratting or do you want to see a compositional change? What do you think the best way for Furia to have used this time off is?
I would not be mad at a compositional change coming into this at all, because PaperX extremely experienced against this set meta comp. I would not be mad at them leaning into something a little bit more unexpected, maybe going for the Yoru plus the Neon, but we'll have to see now with the agent picks. Alem's still going to be on that Neon, Koala on the Omen, so they haven't opted to switch up anything. It's just going to be about playing at an extremely high fundamental level with this classic comp of the moment.
A lot of pressure on Alem for this first match. In these solo duelist maps, Furia relies so much on him to break through and create space. And I think that's especially important against a team like PaperX with a Phoenix, with a Chamber, who will always want to fight.
Well, on a normal show day, I'll be sat there in the casting booth, sitting, smiling, waiting for Golden Boy to roast my dumb ball.
Chắc chắn anh này mới ngu dậy, đúng rồi. Anh mới nhắn tin mày lúc nãy anh mới dậy á.
Let's go over to Pansy and Hyde Park to cover Furia PaperX.
I think he wrote that throw to us, because that seemed a little bespoke there, but I don't want to undersell how highly anticipated this matchup is going to be. I mean, you talk about a tough break, a tough start. Well, I don't think there's a tough opponent.
They don't get much harder than this. To come into a stage like this, cold, versus a PaperX that is just hot to the touch.
Yes.
Absolutely insane form, and I absolutely agree with Wyatt. In the form that you would say is leaning towards being the tournament favorite.
Team to beat. Absolutely team to beat. The audience knows it. You know it. Does Furia know it yet? We're going to find out in a couple of seconds. Starting off on Haven. PaperX's choice. Has the veto change your mind at all? At the
Mày gan, mày dám chọn PaperX. Mày liều. Mày cũng liều lắm. Nào liệu làm mày gan.
Into the blender here in map 1, the way PaperX performed previously. Slow start here, tempered at least. Jing, no surprise to see him.
Kế hoạch mà bích con bonus á là farm up càng nhiều càng tốt ở bên NG để có ultimate. Xong rồi cho nó đặt bom.
Journey is hard to not enjoy, but even with that in mind, PaperX are showing a little bit of temperance here. Very
ngon, vững vào, ngon. Quá hợp lý luôn. Flash. Mày ngô. Big em của em. Mày nhớ anh quên Big luôn rồi. Big em rồi. Em để Pira win à. Mày ngô. Bích nè, Bích Baby nè, mày ngô. Làm sao? Này thì Bích Baby với chúng tôi. Tuổi luôn. Mày liều. Có nhiều cách để mày win nhưng mà mày không muốn win. Mày liều. Giặt đầu con báo này. Đầu con báo đen này. Ôi. What the heck, bro? Mẹ nó bắn lá xích tầm xa vậy mà làm 2 mồm mà. Mẹ này nó rùa chó thật chứ. Rùa chó đéo tin được. Không sao, Marshall làm tốt là vẫn làm được mạng nha. Thấy chưa anh? Không, anh không thấy gì hết. Cái thằng rùa. Ủa vứt súng chưa ta? Vứt súng rồi đúng không? Trời đụng. Mấy ổng chưa vứt súng luôn mà. Anh hiểu tại sao không vứt súng rồi. Này thì đi lụm súng với chúng tôi. Lụm súng hả? Lụm súng nè. Lụm súng nè. Lụm súng nè. Lụm súng nè. Yeah. Ăn cá đồn ăn tép bắt con tôm liền. Sao ra bonus? Hay.
Still got the ultimate to play with. Jing's going to pop it here, go aggressive.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Going to work in through from garage. It's very indicative, but Furia aware of the possibility playing super deep, making it hard for him to.
Trời ơi.
Now they got to go though. If they want to chance in this one, they've got to start building fast. Paranoia shallow. It's going to be Jing on the corner. Gets cleared.
Trời ơi, bắn whip hết luôn mà. Thôi. Ui ôi. Má còn đúng 100 máu à. Hai thằng này nó may kìa. Trời là trời. Mấy này nó rùa còn may nữa. Một chút xíu rồi mày cút rồi nhá. Mẹ nó.
Fair play to Fury here as well. You see almost punished here on the orb. But again, when you see something with a ghost, it's like, trade him.
Well, because something hasn't really been on yet this event.
No, yeah, absolutely. We were criticizing the other day. But again, we know what he's capable of. If we do have situation here with Divine Forsaken in particular, Envy alongside that, finding insane form.
Huge X Factor player. I just didn't see coming in the way he has been. You know what I mean? Envy's been nuts to watch. I don't know who he posted up on this. Does have 3 players towards the A site, so right place for Furia. You in support. See how that contact falls down. Something. First man in. Clean today. this round. That's a brave Aldro. They are close by. That's not what you want to be seeing. But actually a trade out. They've slowed the roll just a touch, but not for long.
Arnold's still here. He's looking to contest this.
Đào chưa còn. Mày liều.
Trying to be aggressive, trying to be involved. I like it, but it's just not being rewarded.
Still now, same issue as previous, I think already. Considering the save here, seeing Artsin on a judge. Still
Xếp luôn mà, xếp luôn. Xếp luôn. Xếp luôn. 3-1 luôn. Xếp luôn. Gì cơ? Sao vậy? Chắc phòng kia không?
Building up a bit of a buffer here early on. Again, there's no surprises to see Furia saving this situation.
Yeah, makes sense.
Unfortunately, I mean, Koala Noob and only 150 credits between them to carry out of that.
That was really, I don't want to say the start ended things, but it felt like it kind of broke down that side hold, right? Koala Noob left with,
well,
do you think he should have backed away earlier at this point?
Definitely. And you get the confirmation effectively on the drone, and the fact that Jing's so happy to come up and try and flash onto that, you know it's invested. Unfortunately, there's not many players that can go toe-to-toe with the front line of PaperX when they're hitting your sight like that and get away unscathed.
Oh! This is madness, man!
Stupid shots!
This is ridiculous! Did they see anything? I guess just maybe
ahead of the smoke dropper.
Yeah? It ain't much.
The fact that EU gets caught, I mean, look where the death marker is. It's just a pre-fire onto that angle as well. Through the smoke.
But for PaperX on the attack, now they can kind of try and play the rotation game, right?
Look at the paranoia of Artsin's setup. Everything, I'm tucked on it.
Ê, có cái game gì anh Độ mới chơi. Game đó chơi đại giải đố để có gì ngày mai trước khi vào giải anh chơi game đó trước rồi xong chúng ta chơi rồi chúng ta vô giải vô coi giải không? Poetry.
So Artsin, the encouragement going to be coming in soon. They're looking for him though. They're still out and about here. Artsin finds a body, drops it, gets a second. He held his nerve, but not long enough to deny Forsaken or PaperX.
Poetry, anh Đậu đang live nè.
A 4K here in the chaos from Forsaken. And even with the
Poetry.
C sent in here. Oh, it's just a pre-fire on the flash.
Oh, God.
Again, already nerve. Putting up a hell of a fight towards C in these early rounds.
Chắc gì mai dậy lại.
PaperX able to just smother the sight. Didn't even catch actually the reposition towards heaven there from Forsaken. 4-1 start here and still up against the ropes in terms of the finances on the side of Furia. And that's why it's concerning as well, because there's a few here that you almost just have to let them slide. And a stinger to try and make a go of things here. Jing quietly already back up to decent progress on this next ultimate. Chance here is to find even more. I mean, you look at that as well. Envy, they're close to a full house.
Yeah, they really are. So, an implication of a set piece. Hard to check behind it just because of the walls. You've got Envy there investing the Prowler too.
Ê, hình như đây lần đầu tiên PaperX đấu với một đội Brazil đúng không ta? Đến từ Nam Mỹ đúng không nhỉ? Anh nhớ mấy giải trước đâu có bắn cùng với Nam Mỹ đâu, còn bắn với tụi Bắc Mỹ với châu Âu không mà.
Because you've seen it, even in a meta that feels like it's very favorable, they are playing with that tempo.
They know now how to harness it now, use it to their advantage in more ways than one.
that gear shift will come in, but they don't have to just ride it out the whole way. In V.
Chim 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 chim.
Of course he is.
Bit of a showman in the making.
Anh biết.
Gonna try and go down swinging. Great shots. Got some more. Nah, that's about all she wrote for that one. It's 5-1, Mike. This might
Chứ có cái lao hả? Ok.
By the way, the worst thing that happens there is another kill happens, then the crowd starts.
Này thì bò với chúng tôi.
Nerve just has no idea. He's the main character. Right, scoreline early on. Expecting to see a timeout coming out of this, just to take stock of the situation. Be a crucial buy round here.
Was that a smile from Alex? Like a very careful.
I didn't catch it, and I also.
Lâu lắm rồi mới thấy thầy cười.
You know what? Maybe I made it up. He's probably like, how dare you go for a knife at this point?
You wasted so much time. Obviously coming into this, the Coinbase win condition here on the buy round for Furia. It's going to be based around this operator purchase.
Could be nice, but again, the timing when this hits, Mike, I'm worried about that forehand of ults. Sat with PaperX. They've already got a great tempo read, a really good approach here. I haven't seen Fury do enough to disrupt it yet. I feel like they're not quite in control of the map flow at all, very behind the curve in that. But as I said, maybe they can post up Alum and just be happy with that on an angle, on a line. But for PaperX, they've got tools to bully him off.
Yeah, absolutely do. Jing, the ability to cut sight lines and then flash yourself into a sight, it's a nightmare. Playing aggressively with his operator, and key word being aggression. Seeing here a fairly committed angle from Alan. Found a couple of openers here previously on the back of nerves, so maybe a chance.
Speaking of those tools, there's the
it's
first.
Immediately mitigated.
Yeah, they are so well prepared here, PaperX. There's your answer. Furia. Is there depth? I'm just going to at least send Jing back. That's quite nice that they've dealt with that in a very quick rotation. Trying to go step for step here.
I was going to say, they're not going to get there quick enough. Smokes will go up. I'd be surprised to see PaperX commit to an engagement behind this. There's no way they're feeling as if
Tụi Brazil này dễ bị kéo người thế nhờ.
the heavier side towards C.
Ông Neon không dám ra biết luôn mà. Ôi, không sao, vẫn còn Sông Thinh à. Sông Thinh vẫn có tivi à. Đèn thế. Tiếc nha. Xem giải không like TikTok được à bạn. Like bên kia bị AI nó ngu quá, nó gõ bạn ơi. Cho nên phải like bên đây này. Xây lỗi. Thắng rồi, vô địch rồi, thắng được một round vô địch rồi. Cho nên là phải qua bên đây like bên kia mẹ cứ bị gõ hoài à. Like bên đây nha mọi người, hello nớp nha. Like giải bây giờ, like giải là like bên đây, không có like bên kênh TikTok được. Một đống đồ luôn mà. Má ác rồi chứ. MT. Biết mà vẫn tỉnh. Thằng yêu này nó kinh nghiệm nhiều mà em. Thằng yêu này nó kinh nghiệm nhiều mà. Nó kinh nghiệm. Từ lúc game mới ra mắt nó đã đi thi đấu chuyên nghiệp rồi. Kinh nghiệm có thể nhiều hơn Valorant á. Cho mấy tình huống này anh nghĩ là các tình huống nãy mà bị điếc rồi nó đã nghi rồi. Tay có thể là nó không được to như là tụi kia, nhưng mà kinh nghiệm thì đầy người mà. Thằng yêu này. Mà thằng mình hay quá.
Slight misread on the situation, was conscious of a second person swinging onto that angle, but the ace wide open. Artsin has the lockdown, so we'll concede the space here in a 4v5. Unorthodox setup here towards A, but Paperx actually going to try and find the space in mid as well.
But does this play in Divide? Oh, and look at this patience. Look at that discipline. That's pedigree now. But great from Nerve.
Nó bị chắc, anh nghĩ là bị lừa.
Key kills. So they've got down to a 3v3. They are Paperx on safe here. You can see Jing wants more. He wants to kind of maybe posture up a bit deeper. There's the lockdown. Anything in mind to help out with that?
Bé này chắc sinh viên mà.
Give up. Maybe send a red herring into the situation here. He's going to tuck in. Please check this corner.
Someone must. No. But this is a stage game. This is a stage game. Jing.
Trời ơi, đèn thôi. Hình như là nghe tiếng khán giả hét anh sao ấy. Hay. Đúng rồi, anh Thịnh Quyền. Không, anh nghĩ và đó là tụi nó nghe tiếng khán giả hét nó mới quay lại á. Tụi nó nghe tiếng khán giả hét tụi nó mới quay lại đó. Không thấy rồi, không có check rồi mà tụi nó nó nghe tiếng khán giả. Tụi nó nghe tiếng khán giả rồi nó mới quay lại anh em.
For now, Paperx still with a good standing in this. Great to see something starting to find that individual form as well.
Không check rồi, pha đó chắc chắn là sẽ chết chắc luôn ấy. Tôi nghe tiếng khán giả cho nó khán giả hét nhiều quá nó quay lại á, nhìn là biết rồi. Tại tiếng khán giả to lắm. Trời ơi, mẹ đèn thế nhờ.
Them by 5v3. Last time it was Divide who kept it all in check for Paperx much earlier in this.
Rồi má nó cầm ủ đi luôn.
Waiting. Nerve almost making it over now. He does have a Vandal. While Noob the Phantom just evading that paranoia. The time's starting to tick here, Mike. They've got to get a move on.
Really is. Chance here to maybe get something going from Garage, but the stun will come through. Paranoia to follow here. Jing has to find one.
Arlen's gone down, no trade here. Jing gonna try and play this forward. Paperx dig in the heel.
Khó quá, mẹ khẩu Odin. Odin nó khó chịu quá. Không sao guys, không sao guys.
On this seaside retake again, EU just coming through with a clutch clean up here. Again, Jing, this is a ballsy ultimate from him.
Khẩu Odin lờ này.
Inspect it with how quickly they're able to farm it up. Come back into this now. Still 3 ults to play with on the side of Paperx.
Nền 84 nha, nền 84 nha.
First time we're seeing a lesser buy from them. In the pinch a little bit here in round 11.
Seems like the most direct we've seen Paperx really. We've been quite tricky. As Odsin going to be negated in this round, forced away quickly. Pace is there. Paperx, this is the gear shift we talk about, and that is why it's so dangerous. Jing slicing through at the same time. Something getting shoulder checked here. Maybe caught a little off guard, but now still going.
Cái gì vậy ông Thịnh này?
The C's fantastic, but a little too late. The paranoia primed, and they swing on it. EU again. Paperx are on for something. He's taking it away. They're reading the aggression from Paperx, and Forsaken getting hunted down.
Ôi má, đen thế giờ. Cậu Odin này nãy giờ 2 lần rồi.
Furia looking fantastic in some of these chaotic moments of mayhem here. I mean, the freebie there on top of the reveal. Beautiful stuff. And again, they greet this aggression perfectly. Behind window, back towards spawn. Reading some of these situations really, really well. Again, one of the things that you're definitely looking...
Nghe cái cậu Odin lờ này nó khó chịu trong người quá ta.
Come into this stage cold.
There's a huge tick in the box. If you're a Furia fan, those sort of rounds, as scary as it felt, that is such a good indicator that they can handle Paperx at that tempo, at that pressure point. Now Paperx though, again, still the team to beat so far, the team that has turned everyone's eyes towards them in the form they've been hitting. Now though, Along in control of Furia as Paperx power forward towards his B side.
You're going to follow through on this though. The smoke will go up. Hunter's Fury will come out. I believe a tag on the first. The follow-up found something will fall. No other tag there. Looked good, but the range
This is a nice
just
play in.
landing.
Koala Noob again, going to be played into this corner. As soon as Alan falls off this, he's actually got one on the way out. Do they check? They don't. And it is vengeance served. The patience working well for Koala Noob. Devi in a 1v4. He's got to get past Alan, which is hard because he's buying time. Eus there. 6 apiece, Mike.
Really, really stabilizing towards the back end of that first half. A tied-up game is not how it felt in that opening stretch of rounds at all. All credit to Furia here.
Ồ, mẹ cậu Odin lờ. Pha đó 2 thằng bài hay đấy, đúng rồi. Tại vì mẹ pha đó đẩy CT là ngon rồi. Pha đó đẩy CT ngon quá liền luôn ấy. Pha đó dùng đồ hết luôn rồi mà kiểu mẹ cậu Odin nó khó chịu quá. Cậu Odin lờ.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Flash đụng đồ dính hết luôn rồi. Pha đó dùng đồ dính hết mẹ luôn mà. Cay với liền khẩu Odin thôi.
It is a good day for the fans in the venue, Mike. So far, you got to be looking at this one as
Tình thế bà nữ hình như là cũng là streamer hay sao ấy, nhưng mà dạng như kiểu là được bên Riot xong rồi được vào đội ngũ của Riot luôn, kiểu là nhà sáng tạo nội dung của Valorant của bên Riot luôn ấy. tụi Furia này tính bắt bài Paper Red là tợ Paper Red đẩy EC, nhưng nếu ai đẩy EC
back towards garage.
You can't whistle at default.
Quê vãi liền,
You
quê.
can't. This stack
They
got
want
long.
more.
Mấy anh quê á.
Bloodthirsty crowd, aren't they?
Mấy anh quê
Down for a
vãi.
second and they're absolutely feral.
Rabid.
But it's a very different look from Furia, right? We're seeing a much different tempo scale here. And for Paper X, they'll probably be scratching their heads to an extent. They can leave at least, who is it?
Rồi vô C rồi, kiểu này vô C rồi.
And start rotating players around there. That double stack towards garage, and it is heading up towards C.
There's no onus here on either of the players in garage to really do anything about this. To prioritise the backlines here, will slip straight through grass and towards C long. Divide, looking to probe a little deeper here.
See what the post plant looks like. Three kind of playing topside C long, one tucked back of box. This is going to be pretty tough. Forsaken, the first one to take a step forward. Wait for that pressure to mount so they can start that flank going as well. Furia's nerve going to be tested here. Alan doesn't get the shot he wanted, and it's quick work from Paper.
Đánh lìa tét hay thế.
On the side until KoalaNoob trying to do the dance, but he can't get away from the fate of Paper X. I've seen that one before.
anh Cường quay đầu tiếp à, anh Cường quay đầu tiếp à.
Patience shown by Paper
Đi
X
bật
here,
đây à.
talking earlier on, particularly on split versus
Má chơi lìa tét
G2,
tốt thế.
their willingness to contest as this spike goes down. Something that's certainly become a cornerstone of their approach to the defense.
I mean, I hope we get there. Split being that third map. It was
Oh,
something that you
God,
were loving
yeah.
about Paper X.
Yeah.
It was the first time we really saw it visually in effect.
It is, I think, one of the best examples we've seen here in Santiago in terms of embracing that sort of pace in a very different way.
Yes. Some big investments.
Yeah, round 2 investment here from 2 members. KoalaNoob looking to find something. Actually, it's you to find. KoalaNoob will burn? Huh?
I don't know how that's just happened. Maybe the C's at the same time, I'm not too sure. But for now, Forsaken trying to hunt down Alum, and he's done it. Threading the needle and finding some safety, but taking a tag on the back. There's a lot of heavy shields here, hence why they're still standing. 18 HP.
Tụi này
Forsaken
phóc bay à?
off the leash. Go take a fight, take a brawl, take a biff. But now he's got support here. Oh! And it gets broken! 2v2. This
Tụi này
is
phóc bay à?
madness, man. Hudson a little vulnerable on the site as Divide going hunting. Spots him. That's a bold look from Divide. Very individual
What?
effort.
Tụi này nó phóc bay à.
Jing's got a bulldog here and a 1v2. Artin should be able to pick up this rifle on back sight.
There's still 50 seconds. You can do what you want, but do they expect Jing here so fast? Nerve certainly does, but it doesn't matter. 10 HP is still
He's got
maybe
dump, though.
enough. And you're right, he does have his ult. He's got options galore. Artsin gonna try and get the plant, gonna toy him forward. He's
Oh, he's
testing
worried
him,
about
man.
getting flanked.
Oh.
Không sao, hình như là hồi được máu.
This is so sick. What a head-to-head here. Second time of asking.
Well, there's the heal though for Jing.
Waiting for it.
Hồi được máu.
Sorted now. Up to 100.
Wow, lo.
Has to gamble, take a chance.
Ồ, má nó vanh đồ.
7-7 Furia. Not down, not out.
Kỹ thuật hay đấy.
Tough situation for Jing. To fight. Oh, the C's. Catch it. He actually gets pulled back in there, but yeah, a massive overstep in terms of the mid round here. In terms of decision maker, I
Chiến
think
thuật hay, chiến thuật hay.
maybe
Không, tactic này nó hay. Tactic mua 2 outlaw hay.
goes down on C.
Tactic mua 2 outlaw hay.
Don't want to let that spiral out of control, and it does exactly that.
It's rare to see Paper X kind of at the moment
Oh!
Ui,
God damn.
damn.
Bye. I'll shut the hell up. I'll shut the hell up.
Didn't take any damage,
That's on
by
me.
the way.
That's on me. Do it again, please. Ooh, I thought he was on for another. Okay, EU, gotta be careful though. That is, you're very alone here. Yeah, feeling it right. That is such a great backpedal from him. That could have been a real vulnerability they could have exploited, but no.
Không,
Fury
pha đó chiến
heads
thuật nó
up.
hay em mà.
We're starting to get a bit of
Nó
a
mua 2 outlaw là mẹ nó tính toán rồi.
heartbeat of Paper X now. That pulse point firmly in hand. Furia, this is very impressive work. Yeah.
Nó mua 2 outlaw là nó có tính toán rồi.
Crucial to note as well, the Hunter's Fury already
Không sao, không
online.
sao, không sao, vẫn được, vẫn được.
This is a team to enjoy, aren't they? I was so worried. I mean, you're facing someone like Paper X. You're going into Haven, and they can do things like that, right? You can see why there is always threat. You've seen the form that this team is in.
No.
Not really.
No.
Not really. It's how it
Again,
goes, man.
the worst role to have to play against a team like
Đâu
this.
em bảo pha cuối.
Like, it's one
À
of
anh biết anh nhớ pha đó
Look,
rồi.
if you're in the lead,
Còn ý anh nói là cái pha đầu kìa nó mua 2 outlaw ấy.
take 'em when you get 'em. Quick and pacey, they've got a plan in mind, and that is going to be a very dead Envy. Can't quite find Forsaken though. The X Factor.
Ui bắn lỗi mà.
Bloody hell, is this really happening? Oh, Jing! Bloody hell, he's gone right back at him. It is blow for blow.
Cố gắng lắm rồi mới làm được 2 thôi.
Something in a 1v2, a capable player. Bit of a hot and cold performer so far though. But always a threat. Always a
Ui.
better than the rest.
Damn.
He's broken the
Damn
leg
bro.
forward.
Damn.
The clone
Damn bro.
just draws the eyes.
Hello, phết lấp.
We were critical.
Giống mèo ấy nhỉ? Phải em không mèo?
It's another Red Bull clutch from something. The second of this map. That was wild.
It also helped the Jing just went nuclear on sight, just popping off, but man. Ooh, you take those.
I mean, the timing here, the swing from Arsen's perfect
It's
as well.
good.
Almost
It's good.
reads the situation. And a devious laugh from something.
Athlon. Quá thằng kia nó tưởng là hai người đẩy cùng một lúc vào quả Athlon ấy cho nên nó dẹt ra nó phích trước. Đúng rồi.
Oh. 8-8.
Alex will hit the panic button.
Barret
Obviously,
time out.
more conscious of what went on early
Yeah, fair.
in that round, and particularly with Envy facing the drone and just basically falling by default to the Hunter's Fury. Great connection by EU to open this round up. Point-based win condition obviously coming out of this already. Old progress for PaperX. Something Forsaken and Jing. Now pivotal that is to some of these Phoenix compositions to really find or maximize the value.
I think it's also a great opportunity for Furia, right? This is felt super high tempo, really hard to see a momentum.
They're matching
base
PaperX.
settle.
Like I said, in some of these more chaotic situations where teams do tend to fold under a buckle under the pressure of PaperX, Furia are going blow for blow with, like I said earlier, what feels like the tournament favorite in terms of form we've seen so far. But we can strip out some of those expectations because we're here at playoffs. There's some new faces. We have this is a great
big reset.
Exactly.
Độ to đó.
Divide, no shield, no problem.
Độ to tay to này mà. Má đèn thế pha đó bắn yếu máu. Bắn yếu máu được 2 thằng rồi nha.
That's 4 up, but look at the HP. On down on 30, Nerve on 15. I'm still not feeling like this is safety yet.
Good util left for PaperX as well.
He's a lucky boy there. You saw that swing on the back of the site. They're still hungry for this. Still hunting them down. Blood in the water, and they strike. And even with that back line looking a little bit weaker just because of the HP, we're going to need another round from one of these two. Forsaken with the judge, going to make it harder. As Arlem just doing brilliantly here, keeping great deals of space and something might be hearing the whistle soon.
Pha đó thực ra có chiến thuật là đẩy 3 người á, nhưng mà tại sao pha đó một người lui vào nhờ? Hình như là phay lui về thì phải. Nếu phay đó pha đó đứng bắn luôn là ngon rồi.
But I'm going. Yeah. I'm going. Like, again, we see a lot of kind of players talking about taking space in certain roles and that sort of thing, but I'm just doing his job, man. Like, can't discredit it one bit.
And obviously the byproduct of that is it's a positive to not see them kind of just
shy away.
Exactly.
Yeah. Putting him forward still. Hunting down that follow-up, even just starting to feel out the game.
He's down to 30 HP so early on in this, and then still gets up to 3 kills.
You're looking at the ults, but you're looking at the money. It ain't there for PaperX. This could be 10. This could be double digits. Never say never with PaperX. And right back to business, forcing them to back away.
Something gets the hell out of there. And that's the only rifle. Got to protect the president in this regard. Forsaken's walking mid here, and there's 3 tucked in to this A-side hold.
How much do they read into this? I don't think they saw Jing. They might still consider something here, but it's on again. Just let off the leash. Gonna spot out one. He's actually looking kind of screwed in this. Something's got him dead to rights. Rifle in hand. flood back from PaperX2. They want site security, and they will gather that. But you're looking at KoalaNoob's space here. He's done very well in the meantime. And I think the pennies dropped there as well. Forsaken instantly thinking about this.
This is fine, though. They've drawn first blood. We'll get a second rifle in hand.
That is big. And look, if it becomes really possible, Devi's got ult potentially.
I mean, they've got a ton of... Yeah, they've got a ton to invest here. And it's Gina gets the rifle, so he can make the run it back work.
Let's see if Forsaken play this right, though.
No paranoia, but still something good util. His ultimate as well is going to draw out the lockdown, but if anything, it's only going to buy them some time, secure this plant. Not taking much space here on the side of Furia.
Trời ơi, má ơi, 2 ultimate luôn mà.
And look at the positioning above it too. KoalaNoob is the one waiting. Something doesn't see it either. Higher! Sent back to the pit.
2 cái ultimate luôn mà.
Doing really well here. Something's found a pocket to play from, but I don't know how much he's going to get out of it. Now they're hurting. They're trying to pivot straight back in through Garage, but again, the wall is in place here. Furia are not letting them find an easy way through, and that wall was KoalaNoob. Suddenly, an availability divide towards Artin. They both won this round and they want it badly. EU doesn't get overwhelmed, but the few started. Numbers there. He can.
Đeo gỡ kịp.
They bought enough time. PaperX taken to their limits.
Huge investment here for Furia.
Got the ult.
But you absolutely have to.
Hello.
There's no easy round against PaperX.
Má nó đen pha này. Forsaken TV chết chay.
On the TP above, but the pit just causing so many issues for them. Beautiful stuff here for Furia to find 10. 2 rounds to the good here. And on the other side, I mean, look at the investment on the side of PaperX as well. Yeah, very.
But no one following it up, though. This is a 2-man endeavor. They are actually running rings around PaperX. Devi, luckily, able to keep his cool here, but he's not feeling secure about this. He's on 8 HP. He's had to give up front sight. They're already here. Oh my god, Devi. There was no one near you, man. You hoped that they hadn't taken that space. That is a terrible surprise. And now PaperX looking
Bắt được bắt đầu vội rồi. Bắt đầu vội rồi. Cảm giác bắt đầu vội hay sao rồi?
Shouldering the corner. A flash in, Prowler to follow. Off the angle, back on it fast. 1v2 needed. It's not happening today, Furia. They're up to.
Bắt đầu vội rồi.
Now he gets to play the game. A few huge.
Trời ơi. Trời ơi.
The one to truly take the fight to PaperX. PaperX looking a little rattled.
They do.
A couple of these decisions now that you usually would credit them, just not paying off for them.
Oh, this Furia team. Oh, is this the caliber we're getting now? We are in the playoffs. It is an upswing in form and capability to push PaperX like this, to make them look, as you said, rattled.
I mean, it looks like they've knocked the wind out of them. Just with a few, again, pace changes, and happy to just commit 3 or 4 bodies to these opening engagements in mid up towards the top of B. PaperX, unfortunately, trailing behind Furia here on map 1. Certainly a chance for Alex to lay down.
Để trôi quá.
Seeing much in terms of a purchase here, but there's not much to invest. To be honest with you, they almost have to.
Invi chân này chóc nè, 8-15 nè. Forsaken cũng chóc, Zin cũng chóc nè.
Just the one for Alim actually on the side of Furia. Hunter's Fury just one away, so on the next buy round, a couple of tools to invest here. Furia on the brink of potentially flipping us an upset on PaperX's pick here in map 1.
An iconic map for PaperX too, in my mind. Recently, kind of the pinnacle of their form. Devi with an early shot, an early information.
We are probably conscious of a little bit of aggression here coming out of the timeout, so we'll allow the dust to settle. confirmation here, but no solid idea of numbers just yet. Forsaken will take contact with the turret outside double doors. Divide wants another stab at this.
His scoping work from KickOff has been really solid. He's been forced off now 50 seconds.
Well, still alive, still 75 HP. So, again, in terms of info, you'll take that.
So where's the pivot now from Furia? Deciding to abscond away from that A approach. Look towards B. Smoke just going to go up now, but Ollie's been great at just kind of working into this. He knows his protocol list perfectly fine. KickOff, good for the plant.
30 seconds left.
That's now in, and they reset. 5v5 retake on the cards for Paperex. Forsaken is here fast, and he's getting started. I don't know what he's planning. There was nothing in mind for it. Furia gifted a great start in this.
Now we'll have a chance to just sit back and spam onto this. Numbers advantage and the weaponry causing further issues now. No pressure coming across towards Furia. Other than Alim on that angle. Something's found Koala though with a headshot.
Okay, anything else to rattle that back line? No, Furia standing strong here. And look, he can put it on a show, he can land a shot or two, this man. But it will not change the fact that Furia are up to 12.
Ôi.
One.
Envy chim xong chốc. Envy chim xong rồi chốc luôn mà. Đen phải liền.
In the timing on the smoke here, Forsaken, I think maybe thinks he's got another couple of seconds to maybe steal away a half defuse. Up against it now, Paperex. Very, very crucial buy round here.
Bị trôi quá.
I said I was talking about the ult cycle here for Furia. It doesn't necessarily get any easier if you find number 9.
Yeah, and they're probing way further now. Divide doing great deals of damage to
He
start
wanted
with.
to stay.
He did. You saw that
Yeah.
temptation, that one for it. That bloodthirsty approach. He's got a new angle to play from, but there's a problem on the side. Envy's got his side. He can stay focused. Lost a
Hay
little
quá
bit of
Envy.
scale behind it, but Envy doing great on the push, holding them back. And now there's a flank on the way. Jing not clean with it, but Divide does his job. Is leaving EU, who's been
1vs3.
board here to try and handle Paperex. Good luck. This would truly be something of legend.
If he does damage here, even we'll take that. But
Hay.
to
There
clean
he
up.
is, man.
Clean.
Still a little life left in.
Clean.
Got to chip away at the finances still. Furia actually even considering a string of 4 rounds. Look at what's left. There's only 3 that are. Oh,
That's
did
it.
he? Oh,
That's
it's
it.
through the wall. I didn't catch it the first time. What he saw, maybe just a client side
Yeah.
difference there, but Divide 21 and 15.
He's having a game.
Desperately trying to keep Paperex in this.
He always, in my mind, has been one of those big game players. When Paperex have needed someone to find it, but this
What?
time it gets ripped out of his hands.
Envy's
and now
dead.
he's on the
Oh, no,
hunt.
he's not.
Envy, how are you alive? Overrun and overwhelmed. Forsaken sent back. Jing bodied. 3v2. Something of Forsaken. Behind the curve, but fighting forward. They don't
they
respect
contesting
it.
this?
It looks like they are. They got.
They're up to lunatics.
This is 4 seconds. You gotta make it count now. Forsaken, unthinkable scenes. And now Nerves on the hunt. Has to get it done in time. Does he get it? Does he get this? Something backpedals away.
Má anh cười chơi căng phải liền à.
Nerve has to keep it. Something is waiting on that CT side. Utility down, a tap on the spike. And what a world we live in, where David picked Goliath.
MT. Má nó pha đó. Chạy thế.
Absolutely mental, Lauren.
I can't believe it.
Furia have just come out and staked their claim here in Santiago in map 1. Going
MT.
blow for blow with Paperex.
Chút nữa là được rồi.
Absolutely insane map 1. Don't go anywhere.
Trôi quá, để trôi quá. Kỳ thế nhờ. Để cho mấy cái rau kia quá.
Subirle esa chapa me gustan peli, tú sabes que yo soy puto que estoy la G mentira. Full de los bolsillos para darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa me gustan peli, tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la G mentira. Full de los bolsillos para darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Jen here with Furia Shaw now. Let's go Furia Shaw!
Let's go Furia, let's go Furia!
You seem very excited about the map 1 win now. Furia coming out of the gate swinging. So my first question to you is that the team looked well prepared against Paper X, but how did you prepare against a team that looked like they had no weaknesses?
First of all, everything have some weakness, but the good point is we prepare a good draft. I think we predicted this entire draft and halves, and we studied a lot the system, how they play, how they use ults, and I think this makes some difference today.
Well, can you just give us a little bit of a secret? Let us in. What was their weakness?
Their weakness is difficult to say, but they use some ultimates in the predicted way.
Okay, so thank you and good luck on Breeze.
Thank you. Let's go to the breeze.
Now this is playoffs. The top seeds back in the battle. Fury
Tháng này vào múc cây Sirius Lulian ngon luôn.
defeated on Haven. 4-0.
Bữa anh nó ra cây cây gì ta, cây gót Sirius. Nhưng mà mấy nay không có chợt chính cho nên anh cũng không có mua. Nếu mua chắc giờ đang để dành tiền mua cây limited kia thôi, để gần hết thời gian rồi mua.
But how they win instead was executing on the style that we already knew them for to an incredibly high degree. PaperX loves playing Flood, retake, fighting you constantly on this map. And Furia was just so ready to disrupt that play and shut them down, even with this high pressure.
I totally agree. I think that coming into this tournament, that was the best aspects of Furia's play, but we didn't see that on Haven the one time that they played it. We were seeing it on a map like Abyss, which got banned by PaperX. But the fact that in the downtime, it wasn't about switching things up, it was just about improving on the base that they already had and getting this map up to that same fundamental level that they have some of the top in their pool at.
Well, it's funny you say that because there was a turning point in the series, though, which brings us to our Verizon high-speed moment. Because this one starts with the Furia comeback after attack timeout.
Right out of the timeout, they start fighting so much more aggressively against PaperX on these holds. Early in this half, I was concerned that we were getting the first seed curse coming to fruition, but it wasn't the case. They were playing too passive early on, giving up too much of A, playing too much for retakes. You don't want to be playing a retake style towards A, but then no, late in this half, they are just fighting aggro against PaperX here on this round, shutting down any aggression from PaperX with a good team fight in that choke.
It was actually Forsaken there that ended up getting caught out by the high tempo.
It's really crazy to watch for this Furia team. I mean, coming out here after having never played an international event for the majority of these players and playing PaperX, generally, when they're not respecting teams, when they're running you down, making plays like, think about that Forsaken 4K in the first half, that's where the buck stops. But Furia actually managed to slow the game down, remember their game plan, and disrupt this PaperX team at the game they're so good at.
Quality was really phenomenal in this series. I think specifically in that first half, he was the guy keeping the minute and then bringing them back. And EU takes them over the top later, I think, in that second half. But you have to give massive credit here to KoaLA, who, like we were talking about, has just been grinding for this opportunity for years and is making the most of it. He did not waver at any moment, made great repositions like that one tucked in the corner, playing off his teammates. This ridiculous moment against Forsaken. Great round, by the way, where they were just sequencing out those ults to delay. Like, the play from Furia just got better and better as the map went on.
And it's so cool to see him do that on the Omen. I thought that this was going to be called his worst map in the series, where he's playing the Omen against a comp that is so good at shutting down offers. Think about the amount of util PaperX had for that. But he was largely just rifling in this game. Looked so good at doing that. And now we get to head towards Breeze, which, in my opinion, is one of his absolute best maps when he gets to play the Jet.
Both of those guys are going to be going from playing Omen to playing Duelist. You've got to imagine, with the Yoru coming out for Forsaken, and then KoaLA Noob's going to have the op in his hands so much more.
Playing the Jet if things are as they were before, which, after seeing this Haven, nothing changed. I expect them to just be tightening things up, getting even better at Breeze from what we saw on KickOff. And yeah, that's just KoaLA Noob's classic agent. You know, all the years he's played the game way back when he was just Jet 24/7.
Before we hear from Alex in the coach interview, I want to ask you a little bit about what we heard from Coach Shaw when he was saying that those ults were very predictable. What do you think the read is there?
I think it was specifically around that composition and how PaperX, a lot of their attack side is based off chaining their duelist ults and having rounds built off that. And I think Furia had great prep.
Well, let's see what Coach Alex has to say ahead of Map 2 and see how they'll adjust for Breeze.
Here with Coach Alex of PaperX. Now, Alex, we've had some shaky rounds on Haven, especially in the first half, overheating, overcommitting. Was there something that Furia was doing that was forcing you guys to kind of respond that way?
Not particularly. I think they came in with a very clear game plan, and it was very effective, as you can see. I think they played way better as a team than we did, so we made a lot of individual mistakes in the sense where we were trying too hard to try to kill 5 people, and I think they totally deserve to win that map, so hopefully it'll be a better map too.
Okay, thank you and good luck.
We're headed towards Breeze here. I just want to call back as well to that round 14 where we saw the double outlaw force that turned things around.
Mata map Bree.
This next map coming up is all about scopes and taking long range fights, so I can imagine something like that happening again.
And who's going to be better at that than Koala? This is a chance to showcase the type of play that brought him to this level. I do want to harken back to what Coach Alex was saying there. I felt like that second half, we saw PaperX individuals greeting to win the round. When they were playing their Flood retakes, normally they get away with sending one player in, a Phoenix Flash, making that individual play. But Furia was ready to punish it. And I think looking ahead to Breeze, this has to be a PaperX who is shoring up their team play and not taking those risks to the same amount, but also still doing enough to disrupt. I think you have to find that balance, which is very tough with PaperX's style.
Well, we're about to get into this agent select. I'm taking a look at Dubai over on PaperX. He's putting up obscene numbers on Chamber right now. He's averaging 0.94 kills per round right now for 2026 all year. But on the Viper, it's 0.68. That dips off a lot. And he was their best fragger on that first map. Forsaken was not activated like we've seen. He's got to go nuclear on this Yoru.
Comp change for Furia, moving away from the Jet for Koala that we've seen on this map before, instead switching to this Neon Yoru, which has in general been more on meta here, but takes a little bit of that individualism away that the Jet provides.
Well, this match has already delivered more than expected. Let's send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc for map 2.
Yeah, I mean, map 1, 13-9 doesn't even feel like it covers how good that was. So many flip rounds, so many, I mean, unbelievable scenes. So map 2, I don't know what the hell to expect, Mike. I mean, I'm already blown out of the water here today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, with how map 1 went, this slight tweaking here in terms of the composition we'll see on Breeze, I think suits Furia down to a T in terms of how they want to approach this. You can see them happy to just go all out in the early round. PaperX, I think we even noted in the cast, we talk about a couple of members from PaperX in the situations was like someone's got to make a play, right?
Yeah.
It was just so sloppy.
Which is weird, because they haven't been like that so far. Maybe this is just a different caliber. Now we are in the playoffs. Furia looking like they are after the title of the team to beat. As cool.
Okay.
Gifting out free damage, unconfirmed, but look at Forsaken and look at something.
Continue with this walkthrough. The paranoia sent. Nerve will know all of this, so good information to spur things on towards B here. Forsaken, as you notice, 50 HP. Has to respect this, rescind away a little bit, and wait out some reinforcements. Ooh, nearly catching on a gap there.
Forsaken chơi duelist luôn à, vãi liền vậy. Riêng quay chơi về chơi Omen.
Was miraculous in map 1, I've got to say it. This time, swiftly put to bed. A kiss on the forehead. As now something gets to fill the space behind it. He's heard this. Oh, it ain't pretty. And now he's the target of focus, though. They still got to clear him to get the work done, and he's just completely off kilter, it looks like. Forsaken. Try and work the space back through. We can see where this post plant really resides. It's going to need a big bailout if Fury want to start this off. But PaperX locking it in on the first round.
Right down to the wire here. We are almost able to slow things down. Yeah, just over a second left on the defuse. PaperX.
Second's a long time, PaperX.
Stick the landing on the pistol.
Chắc kỳ này đa vài con. Kỳ này nếu như mà anh Cường chơi duelist thì đa vài con rồi.
Couple of complementary positions, but it's the key people to fall at the wrong time effectively. The credit to PaperX.
Welcome backstage.
In that scenario, I was wondering what that was, but
he's going to our green room.
Okay. Now, round 2 flip.
Kiểu để cho Cường được chơi game á.
Ain't no way. Look at the fight. It's all good. 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 I'm fine with this.
Did they get that? Yeah, Koala's got it.
I'm still okay. You're not going to overextend it.
Yeah, look at the HP.
They'll be alright. They get a bit sloppy though, then there is a small chance. Jing, gonna mop this up. No. Michael, why is it a 3v3? Why is it shut up? Why is it a 3v3? And Envy, you're not gonna go and do the same thing, right? They're trying to hunt him down. They've seen a vulnerability. Envy might be screwed here. And luckily, he keeps his cool. Forsaken was there on the swing, forced to kind of come around that quad side, but all good. All
Forsaken a hell of a long time to get onto the back side of that.
I wasn't nervous for a second.
Rung vãi liền.
I don't think they know just how close they came to flipping that.
Yeah. But yeah.
Still some crucial damage done early on. You know, have a massive impact in terms of the bonus purchase. Something we're going to scope on regardless.
I am looking at KoaLa who can use progress too to the nice little combination of potentially decent early progress between the two of them. And look at that firing squad waiting from Furia.
Something's about to creep onto this angle. Obviously full shields here, but Alan tagged up. Forsaken just not expecting
Đen nhỉ.
bodies to flood back out into window.
Yeah, which is a bit weird considering that something was just kind of looking that way, but
yeah, spotted on both sides here.
Does that change next steps? Something's getting a little bit looser on this. Wants to try and find someone out of position. They've now taken the angle. He's seen a fair few, and he's done a good amount of damage. Like, look at this damage output.
Gets away pretty healthy as well.
Yeah.
89 HP, still got shield.
Yếu máu AZ luôn rồi.
Yeah.
Hai người yếu máu. Dình người thôi cũng cút nữa.
As much as Furia are working the map, sure, they've taken so much damage for it.
Cái sốc đạc thôi cũng cút đấy.
They get caught here in the choke point. It could be disastrous for them.
Okay, Nerves actually caught Divide. That was over towards double doors, but Envy gonna go down. Furia trading in very nicely, and Jing in a position, the Feast or Famine, it feels like 8 HP, gonna get caught on the way out there. Really diligent.
Ai, con mẹ nó đen thế.
Just something in a 1v3, doesn't expect the drop on the smoke, and can't get to
Fuck.
time. EU picking up where he left off, really.
3k for him to find the first for Furia.
Getting a catch on Divide. I want to see how that went down as well. If that was just him wanting to get some space in middle, trying to play it back through.
Yeah, just here. Nervous. Yeah, he looked
He's
fantastic.
The one for you. I know he's caught your eye. Map 1, you were like, it's the second he starts getting those really like valuable kills. It's hard to ignore.
Early progress here. You already on the Hunter's Fury. Nothing available for PaperX here, but a couple of players getting close.
And something on the off, I guess, is the main factor. He forced off that first sight line.
Má Cường. Cường chơi láo ác.
And Fury have been patient. We've been seeing that even in these last couple of rounds. They like to work the map a bit, let it breathe, see if they can catch an overstep, which they might get another shot at. Oh, you're not going to walk into
Cái thằng Azin nó ngô lắm Cường ơi.
I mean, the damage is there.
Hụt hết rồi. Hai người phết bích đều hụt hết mà. Đúng rồi, mẹ thấy kịch bản giống map một thằng Azin này nó ngô lắm mà để nó bắn được là mẹ đang bị chóc rồi. Cái thằng Azin này bị loại ra khỏi team MIBA là có lý do. Má thằng này nó mới chơi neon ác thế.
They are working this map very nicely. However, they are now a little scattered apart here. Spike collected and committed to. They consolidate their numbers as best they can and still want this A site. Envy's position will be thought about, but maybe not the swing on the smoke. No, it catches them off, but
Má đèn thôi, xếp rồi. Xếp ốp rồi. Xí bà.
The crowd letting him know. You can see them almost considering the team back onto B here. With EU trading out the spike. A little bit of misdirection still. Able to find success. Get the plant on A regardless with Nerves very, very late position.
And again, I'm just so impressed with Fury's ability to work this map. It's going to put PaperX with a bit of a conundrum, right? It's how do we take security and space here if they're kind of working the map and then leaving players, posted up towards either B or posted up towards A? Do we try and isolate that player? Do we then go aggressive? But then it kind of feels like that's what Fury would want. It's this is a predicament for PaperX because the way these rounds have gone.
I mean, the checklist doesn't necessarily change for me. You can still see like things like this. I was just about to say, Forsaken on an island trying to make hero plays once more. By the way, that is ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous from Alan. And we're talking about him having a slow start. He was still finding value in terms of creating early round pressure on Haven, but as soon as he got the ball rolling, started to find a couple of kills, he was heating up a lot.
Yeah, he really was, and that could be another kind of string to the bow, but as it stands, scopes out for Koala Noob. Buy in place, and the remaining factor is that operator with something. Now, already Furia posturing up a little bit deeper, right? Already searching a little bit further. Aldrone maybe just looking to see if they can identify him early. I don't think they're going to get that check.
We need to think as well, early on where PaperX, I'll say struggled a little bit. We're a little slower with something's reliance on the operator in that opening series. We had a disastrous map 1. Here, not necessarily finding much value here in terms of the early investment. Forsaken shouldering on here. We can see on the X-ray plenty of people to greet him. Koala Noob will find it.
It's got to be special from something. He's done really well to at least find Koala Noob.
The split
now,
mid though.
Yeah, and now they instantly rotate away from the operator. The issue is, can Envy, good read from him, really good read.
Hay.
Fantastic.
Đó rồi, cái thằng Azin này nó ngô lắm.
Again, even with just sheriffs, now with an upgrade, it's going to get difficult. Jing's going to have to again find a lot of damage, and he just can't do it. So now with the plant in play.
Hay.
That's a big kill though.
Yeah, that is huge. Actually, I didn't expect that one. And now they're going to invest ultra around it with 15 seconds. The pressure's on Furia to find stability and safety. They're not going to get too much of that. Plant's coming in, but then leaves it down to Azalan to keep this secure. Playing passive on the door, going to be...
Hang on.
You're absolutely outrageous! Unbelievable!
Má, lại không chết góc rồi, anh vai. Lỗi cá nhân không à.
To allow a second player into his sightline. Twisting the knife here. Beautiful stuff from Alan and all of Furia.
Không check nữa. Tại sao không check góc? Xí bà. Rồi đấy phải tụi mẹ đội Furia này nó cũng hay ấy, nhưng mà mẹ nãy giờ toàn là lỗi cá nhân thôi mà cay đéo tả được. Cú thế.
The solve they had in mind, it's an expensive one. Maybe they can keep lines on both sides, but then again, you think about the ults here. Koala Noob able to try and take space on site, force back that operator. Just going to get himself a way out of dodge here, and he commits close. This is dangerous work, but he's not alone in his endeavors. But Forsaken going to send Alan back in this time. Great connection on the Hunter's Fury. So already we're going to see them deeper into that post plant to Vi. Going to get a touch of damage, but Forsaken down low here. This is going to get scrappy. Tempo not really quieting down just yet. Fury are playing on site here.
Ôi.
He's going to find another one. Nerve will fall. You're right, digging their heels in terms of this post plant.
And surely in a 5v3 retake, this is looking good for PaperX. Ardsin trying to get a little unorthodox as EU's going to take down something. But that position, you're surely not going to get anything else from. Where is the next string to this? Where's the next step to it? Okay, that's it. EU, Ardsin, they've made this look possible. The defuse is going to be started. Device not stopping. Nothing is going to stop him. Nothing denying Device. PaperX against the
We được
odds
key round.
again.
Oh my god, we được key round à. Vãi liên thật.
But it cost them so much. Not going to be able to stabilize on the back of that round win at all in terms of the finances.
Yeah.
What is that? I mean, Nerve's just literally drifting onto that angle. There's no timing indicator.
Oh.
Again, with just a second
Man.
to spare.
Yeah, no celebrations after that one, even with it being so close. This is a tense scenario now. Forsaken still feeling brave. Beheads Arlen. Gives himself some security. There are still players around here, though. Something doubling down as Ardsin now prepares himself for that counter swing. You have to fight back a lot of the space now being gathered by PaperX.
Hay. Cường Âu ra farm mà. Cường bẻ cổ cái Cường Âu ra farm mà.
3v5. Spike left down in a bad spot. Jing with a checkmate position. Punishing Nerve on the play up over towards A main. The only silver lining is Koala Noob here. Ardsin might be dead to rights. Tagged up and barely able to get away from this. This is a nice elevation. This is a much better look from PaperX. Yeah, that's the PaperX you got to be scared of.
And that'll be the one if they get some of these upgrades across to some of the people struggling financially. And this back and forth exchange on Breeze might just be a chance now for PaperX to carve out some sort of advantage. And some of these are so hard for Furia to get a read on what's going on. PaperX still trying to look for some of those trademark rounds to throw off the rhythm, put the pressure back on Furia. We might just see a commitment towards the side of the map. Forsaken.
Alan's gone down though.
Hang on, what?
Oh dear, this is Jing. Luckily keeping this together.
Má, may lần riêng nó sửa sai à.
Forsaken down on 10 HP. Oh, well, that's a 1v2. That's not what you wanted to see if you're a PaperX fan.
He did not get spotted on the cross.
Thấy rồi.
You saw Envy considering it with the Owl drone, but they don't know. Oh, the back. This is just marvelous. It may not amount to much. I know we're trying to sell you this like it's so possible, so doable, but he's trying to really get in their heads.
I mean, he's got space, and he's got the pit.
Yeah, you're right.
Now, the pit makes it awkward. He's got to consider the plant location.
God, he's desperate to get one more, isn't he?
Yeah.
But I just don't know if you're going to get given it with 40 seconds. Oh, my word. He's going forward in middle. It's going to be Devi above on the left here.
Hay quá, nếu chết đúng rồi, không chết trên net con. Không chết trên net con.
But he might be reading it right here. 3 more bullets. He's looking to try and get away, and he has. He's managed to make it out of there. A new scenario and a new sight.
I think he's still looking towards B here. Pit will go out and find a little more value in terms of the placement on A for sure. And again, it will cover the plant.
Gets to slip away. How does he reposition here?
It's a great spread on the pit as well.
Did Devi see something then? Yeah, he caught a glimpse. He's got a great idea now. But they still have to clear this man who has been hard to handle. He's trying to be slippery. Trying to get a timing, get something on his side. Not going to happen. PaperX put through their pieces. But finally carving out a touch of a lead.
Má, coi Valorant nó chơi game như kiểu qua từng bậc cảm xúc.
By something fantastic. Jing to follow up with the 3K.
Thank God for Jing there.
Thank God for Jing, because something was. I mean, I don't know what the plan was. To be honest, it's just so committed in that position ahead of Bricks. Still no comfort. These rounds are not easily decided. Ultimate's now online for PaperX. Jing, Forsaken, and something. On the other side, it's just Alan, with good progress elsewhere. Try this approach to B once more.
But I like this adjustment on A. At least PaperX are trying to be a little bit unique in the start of the rounds. But this does open a chance for Furia to now scale in. Devi gonna have to fall away, but he's been caught here.
Ôi, ôi, bắn láo luôn rồi. Nghe giờ PaperX bắn láo luôn rồi.
But don't tell PaperX that. There's now Nerve and Ardsin outgunned and outnumbered. This is pedigree in
Nó bắt đầu điên, nó bắn láo rồi, chắc anh nghĩ Furia sẽ tham mau ấy.
Get smaller, hunted down, wanted dead. PaperX, a stark reminder.
Thì sẽ tham mau ấy. Giờ PaperX nó bắn láo luôn rồi, bắn điên luôn rồi mà. Pha này này, mẹ pha này đa vai này dẹt đít luôn mà.
another attempt towards B, and as you said, the weaker side stands tall for PaperX.
Đa vai con rồi, trận này đa vai con rồi. Trận trước thì là 4 second con, trận này đa vai con rồi. Đổi người con rồi. Đó giờ tại sao mà 4 second chơi duelist á, đa vai chơi Viper.
Don't want to allow this snowball to gain full momentum. Now the ult's not going to favor that either. Have to make something out of nothing in terms of the sheriffs. A bucky, potentially. Yeah. Already noted, Forsaken and something. Both have ultimates. So a tall order here to string something together in the final 3 rounds of the first half.
And again, this is the thing, right? You can get close rounds against PaperX. You can have a really good map.
Yeah, but they love those sort of rounds.
Love a bit of it.
They love playing close to the absolute edge of what's possible. And when it goes wrong, we see map 1, you just think, what the hell is going on?
But then you see this.
But then you see this, okay, like that's their comfort zone.
Anh Cường bắn ốp dính điên. Đang farm aura rồi. Bích 4 second còn đi đẩy láo không là biết là đang farm aura rồi, bắn điên lắm rồi. Bây giờ sẽ giờ Cường bắn kiểu là dạng chỉ có 2 lựa chọn thôi, một là cực kỳ bay, 2 là cực kỳ chóc. Second tưởng đang cầm Vandal ạ.
They got the spike though.
Oh my god, they do. You're right. Something's got it. What can KoaLa do? Yeah. Have to go and get it. Pop the ult for it. But then Divide still prowling the site, removes Artin. There's KoaLa with that operator. Not feeling comfortable by any means. They are pinned in a corner here.
So weird. Something obviously noted early on. A total reposition here to stack up and potentially trade back onto site.
Divide.
KoaLa.
He didn't see him.
He didn't see him.
He's absolutely not seen him.
Maybe a minimap call there?
It might have been. It might have been. Or someone else just watching his POV at that point.
Yeah.
KoaLa now gets to play on the corner though! You missed it! KoaLa is going to polish you. It's on something, a 1v2. He did it in map 1.
Má nó cầm gì Guardian nè.
Task though, Mike. Trying to play to the time, add some pressure. But now, brutality!
Oh!
How are you doing this again?
My God!
Holy
shit! Never tell me the odds!
Bro! Anh điên vãi liền!
They are just absolutely fixated towards main.
Oh!
And he gets
holy
into this pocket against the box on the wall.
And you just don't think he's going to play through that. And the second shot, look at this.
It's not even the bullet he's intending to land.
Holy shit, bro.
Absolute nonsense. What a round for Furia as well. Just to take away from that. Arsen's TP reading into the aggression on A main. But it all comes apart at the end.
He's a different breed, man. Like, honestly. But so's the entirety of PaperX. That is exactly the PaperX round we're talking about. The fact they won that 7-3. And something's starting to come alive here. Just shouldering up in middle. Anyone else dare take a fight right now?
There's a gap on this smoke as well for Envy to still support him.
Divide though. They're swinging smokes. They just take him.
Má bắn chủ động ác.
Give them an inch. They take a mile. Something still on the prowl. Still 5 standing for PaperX. Up in hand for KoaLa, but they're gonna have to be gifted one.
Bích vô. Đúng rồi. Phải bích vô luôn.
Say if Nerve can catch that, but it's just damage.
Biết đẩy mid hay sao rồi? Anh nghĩ sẽ biết đẩy mid thôi. Nhìn là biết rồi. Lần cũ thấy ở spawn. Bây giờ Cường ra kê ở elbow đó là xong.
call.
We talked about
Oh God, give me it, man!
If this is a
Give me
sweep
referee.
in the second half, I'm terrified to go
Tép
there.
rồi.
I want to see it regardless.
I want it. I goddamn want it. Like Furia, you have subverted me already.
Also, it's just wild though. We're talking about this in round 11.
I know.
With the way this is trending though, it just feels like the reality check for Furia and Paper X doubling down on the insanity of some of these rounds, as we've come to expect. A chance here again. The buy. It's going to be awkward to say the least. They have a Hunter's Fury to invest. Nobody else going to come close. On the other side, something. Bladestorm in V2 away from his Hunter's Fury. His light shields here, so Forsaken just swapping out. Was considering a scope.
Ui.
Oh, don't go, don't go.
Ui.
Run and hide.
Ui.
This Paper X looking
Mẹ.
lethal, man.
Tụi nó điên rồi.
This wasn't a pretty purchase, but something is hungry. This man's out for blood. Oh, they're nasty with a Jing. Hunting them down again. EU back to the wall. Trying to fight it forward. He's putting up a good performance.
Tụi nó điên rồi.
Say he's not trying. Try as you might. Paper X with a point to prove.
Tụi nó điên rồi.
Beast, Mike. These guys look different from map 1 to map 2. This is the big leagues you wanted, Furia. Welcome on board.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ui, một team nó điên hết luôn rồi em à. Anh nói rồi, cái map Haven ấy không phải là tụi Furia nó hay, mà Paper bị lỗi cá nhân, bắn lỗi cá nhân không mà. Và cái round đó Furia nó may vãi liền, nó vừa may mà nó vừa mẹ tận dụng tốt mấy cái lỗi thông minh của Paper đó. Thật ra nha, để Furia vào anh thà để lấy team MIBA coi còn hay, anh nói thật. Coi anh gì? Anh Atbat với anh Zekken mẹ chơi pick còn trướng mắt nữa. Mày coi mấy ông Furia này bắn toàn mẹ thấy không, toàn là bắn đâu phải bắn theo kiểu đấu làm 2 làm 3 đâu. Coi không có đã mắt.
This was a highly anticipated matchup, and it is really giving us a great show here, Mike. 13-9, map 1, Furia wins it. We go into their territory, historically not the strongest backbone for Paper X, but man, they are coming alive.
But a map that would allow such a thing to happen, for sure. I mean, the bar is set very high here in terms of this second half. Got to be a comfortable start here, but Paper X certainly winning out in terms of the mental game, the momentum here.
Mày bắn nhanh xem em để xem Martin bắn nữa. Martin với ai vậy? Martin với anh AL. Với anh AL cũng gan nhờ. Má chủ động bích M8 luôn mà.
Could be a bloodbath.
I feel as though it might just be. While the noob and Artsin. There's the first contact, there's the paranoia. Artsin plays to the smoke and adjusts side. Does he get noted? Yes, he does. Revealed slightly and put. Ooh, nice shot back from Harlan, but it's already been handled, right? Paper X, hold on, Artsin. Artsin, you shouldn't be alive here. You're not going to go back in that smoke, right? I mean, he's going to give it a damn good go. All right, Ghost.
Hay.
And left dead in the end. Paper X, it's 10 rounds.
Double digits, man. This is mounting.
Mà 80 nãy ra.
In terms of the pressure now for
Ủa vậy AL nó bích ai nhỉ?
flip sure, but with this momentum, you've got to argue it's high.
AL nó bích ai anh quên rồi.
Trade in so well onto the site, Paper X. Like I said, this was 3, maybe 4 argue on the side of Furia to greet this B site hit. And now a total flip of the script. It's potentially just nerve to be tested here. Again, conscious of something going wrong. The device position might just catch the TP sent forwards. Now, they can bait a little
I
bit
love
of pressure
Ruga.
somewhere. Well, don't even need to. Divide every day of the week.
Yeah, no smiling. I think they might be, I'm not going to say checked out here, but this round's not the one to be fighting back in on anyway. As Jing, confident in approach, no allow for the plant. As the final 3, would love to do a bit of chip damage, maybe cost them a bit of something, but...
Can they even deny?
Yeah, that, I mean, Paper X are not letting them even get really that close.
Forsaken coming forwards here. Flash in, will be 2 to find.
Okay. Alright, Jing wants to close down the account, and he's done that. So the last one, we are them, but...
Thấy cây súng rồi.
He's read that well. Yes, he has. This is
Thấy cây súng rồi.
clinical from Paper X. And I didn't expect to be saying that after map 1, if I'm honest, but at 11 to 3...
Not one of the words in my vocabulary today.
No, it wasn't considered, but again, this is a swing up, right? This is Paper X kind of elevating. And it doesn't seem to be affecting Fury.
Hey, I'll still say it. To still see smiles on their faces in their opening game here in Santiago. You've got to credit them in terms of the amount of pressure they are under. This is where we come back. I said I didn't want to have this conversation with you, but obviously, in terms of the draw, they are stepping up to the plate.
That's something we'll look to in potentially map 3, unless they can build now, right? It would have to be flawless back from Furia. The bar exceptionally high, and to try and ensure that Paper X don't have a Paper X round is always very, very difficult. So for now, Paper X bursting through those double doors. They're looking to crunch towards A in an unorthodox fashion, so Alan gets away with 1, but the trade's there quite quickly for something. They're going to spot out Artsin. He's cleared.
Nó hủy diệt luôn mà.
And it is
Nó hủy diệt luôn mà.
clearing house, getting the plant.
Nó hủy diệt mẹ hoàn toàn luôn mà. Bích map cho nhau. Nó hủy diệt mẹ hoàn toàn luôn mà.
Chance to do some damage, sure, but it's not going to amount to much in terms of hope. Inching closer and closer here. Yeah, I think they're just discussing the save now.
Nó hủy diệt mẹ, không còn cái gì luôn mà.
With what's at stake again, you can rip the band-aid off, but there's no other way to cut this. Paper X, their sights set on split. It's actually very early here, actually.
That could be exceptionally costly. How far does he search for this? He's being quite cautious about it, but it's already been pinged out. I think they know there's a solid chance for it. Forsaken, waiting as late as possible, does get caught. Nerve should be able to keep hold of the rifle. Yes, he is. Okay. Well, have you heard around this crazy story? It was 12-3, right? Paper X were on 12. Yeah. And then Furia took a timeout.
Yeah.
They put whatever they could together.
What happened after that?
Well, patience.
Oh, okay.
So they put together this ramshackle purchase, right? There's nothing to it. Judges, odds and ends, bits and bobs.
Nó hủy diệt hoàn toàn luôn mà.
You might have heard this one before. No, this is a very long road back. In all honesty, for Paper X, I think this is the first time. And again, maybe we're just not catching on the camera. I don't want to speak out of turn here. They look serious.
Yeah.
Like normally, there's a lot of levity to them. They're generally pretty happy about it, even in their losses. This is a very serious side.
Absolutely. And with this timeout, obviously the coin-based win condition going to be pinned around some of this inventory that's carried across. Again, we're huffing the hopium here, but it's what they can purchase around what's saved from the previous. It's looking like it might be a Guardian or 2. Again, the old progress just not there. Unfortunately, even if they get over this first hurdle, they're not going to be able to stabilize. needs to be absolutely flawless. No margin for error here.
Zero.
Envy already 2 away from his Hunter's Fury. I don't know if it's even going to be relied upon in this situation.
Let's see it.
Paper X looking to immediately split towards double doors once more. Carbon copy of the previous.
A dicey beginning for Alan as well. Good bailout from KoaLanu, but are we just having a fight in middle to see if we can even carry on?
Damage is done already as well. Alan down to 38. Does have the regen, so again, Devi on the other side will catch one. Artsine will fall. Will roll out the carpet towards A.
He's bold to take space too. Not too fussed about it. Needs to make sure they can cross up behind. There is a lot of threat in middle, and Forsaken, the one to maybe punish this cross. And they get him back.
Too many bodies on the other side there. Plant's still not in. Just about cycled across the site now. Issue being no shield on EU. Nerve and Alan.
Giờ Davai làm tốt, bắn được một thằng 2 gì, bắn được thằng canh đúng thằng Neon. Canh đúng thằng Neon với ai nhờ? Với Viper hả? 3 thằng hả? Ôi, chính xác là 4 thằng, thằng nào cũng được. Tụi nó không có đầy máu. Outlaw rất mạnh. Đấy, một thằng. Trời ơi. Tại sao pha đó không chơi chơi gì ta? Chơi spot lane nhờ. Pha đó bắt được 1 rồi. Bật cái tường lên chạy được mà ta. Tiếc nhờ. MT không sao. Cầm Outlaw đây ngon quá trời luôn. Outlaw tụi nó toàn yếu máu và không có giáp mà. Thì mẹ có một round rồi mấy ông không win được. Mấy ông giống như mấy anh T1 anti liệt nữa thì thôi tôi chịu mấy ông luôn á. Everest à. Đúng rồi. Hay. Má vừa nói cái tưởng thua rồi chứ. Trời, người ta đang ngủ nên nhiên gật người ta dậy. Bắn điên thực sự, bắn điên thực sự.
What energy are receiving, guys? For the airport. For the airport in the 3 days. For airport in 3 days,
Nó nhại lại cái bài phát biểu của Nat á. Giữ lại năng lượng để làm gì á, để ngày mai lên bài reaction cái clip đó. Thôi chắc là một clip tri ân thôi. Một clip tri ân là anh ấy hợp lý dành cho T1 chứ không chắc không cái gì TL. Anh có clip cái clip tri ân của T1 của anh là được 724.000 ca view rồi em ạ. Ác thực sự. Dạ đói bụng không vợ? Rồi, bụng không? Gì? Cái gì? Ê. Đưa nó lên đây giúp anh này. Con ỉa đi, con chữ ỉa.
PaperX strike back with a decisive map here at Masters Santiago. Only our second match that's even gone to 3 maps, and PaperX still fan favorites despite the story of Furia. The crowd here on their side.
Yeah, PaperX in both those series, the one to take it to 3 maps, and in such PaperX fashion, this Breeze just looked like a complete return to form, and honestly, this match living up to the expectation of PaperX being an outsized favorite.
I was scared a little bit right at the beginning, but my fears were dispelled quickly for PaperX. They're kind of getting destroyed over on that B side. Furia came out really hot. I liked what I was seeing from a limb early on. Forsaken was getting caught in some early positions.
He really was.
But then later in that half, he started to heat up, and especially playing the Yoru. Once he started getting the Outlaw in one of the rounds, into the Op with another one of the rounds, you're just taking over on Breeze. It's one of the best maps for those weapons.
Do you think that's because there was an adjustment to the plan, the game style, or is it the players kind of settling into playing better in the match? Like, what's your read going forward?
It felt like for me, at least in the case of Forsaken, just reining things in a little bit and letting the game come to them. It felt that way late on Haven as well, that they were trying way too hard to make things happen. They were forcing plays, but they started to relax and just let Fury come to them.
I do also think the latter part was a big piece of the puzzle, especially that second half. They were making a lot of the same individualistic plays. They were making the aggressive things that they got punished for in map 1 yet again, but in this map, they were hitting more to the normal PaperX standard. I think that was especially true for Jing and something who really came online in this game and closed this out so clean.
Well, we were talking earlier on, setting up this game, about Jing and Forsaken actually being like weaker points so far at Masters Santiago. Yeah, not quite coming online, and yet here, I mean, they absolutely blasted. Jing and something both going nuts.
Yeah, it's interesting to see a Furia who switches Koala off of the Jet, where he had been so excellent, versus something being put back on that role that's always been excellent for him and delivering the way he has on Breeze for pretty much forever.
It felt like you could really see that massive comfort in his play, the way that he was just working mid, pushing down solo, finding big plays, opening kills just on his own, and then Jing on the Omen, especially that anchoring, that when he started to activate on defense, playing some unorthodox positions on B where he could teleport around, getting multi-kills. I feel like that might have been his best map of this tournament so far, honestly.
I mean, it's got to be.
Some of the impact.
It's absolutely got to be. Well, quickly though, just on Fury on the other side, what do you think about that compositional adjustment, Mimi? You said they moved away from Koala Noob's Jet. Is that important to the scoreline here?
I think it is a factor, but I don't necessarily think it was everything in the match. I liked that in match 1 they played their same style, but refined it against PaperX. Here, I felt like they moved away from that success a little bit. You're, in my opinion, better on the macro. I think the flashes are very helpful to have on this map, but at the end of the day, Koala takes over the server when he gets to play that Jet, and he could not become a factor on this map.
I want to sell you a narrative here, or at least pitch you on something and see how you feel about it. Because if that map had happened to start the series, I guarantee we'd be talking about the crumbling, the number 1 seeds are out there. Does it affect the mentality of players if it's map 2?
Well, funny enough, if you look at the qualifying
nói nhiều thế, nói nãy giờ chưa xong.
The second last map, they got dominated on Breeze. The final map was split. They rally back, win, and get into this first seed position. So I think that at least regionally, they've displayed that they have the resolve to get themselves out of a situation like this. Listen, we're talking about that Koala Noob Yoru. He's going to be playing it on split. He's going to have to turn up. But I think that on that map, the team does an excellent job at putting him in positions to find success with that operator, especially on defense, the way they work the lanes. They're so good on that side. I really do feel like they can bounce back, have this at least be a close affair.
The real test for a team's mental isn't if they can come out and dominate a quick 2-0. It's when they have that bad map, if they can rally. Like you say, they've done it in Americas, but it's a very different game here with how loud this crowd is, with how quality PaperX is right now, and the way they've warmed into this series. But I agree with you that going to Split, getting to play a map they look so good on, is a good direction for that bounce back.
I would say it's their best map in the pool currently. I've been amazed at how good Furia looked there.
Yeah, I think it's either Split or Abyss, which was banned by PRX. Now, in this game too, on the side of Furia, I do want to call on their new star player that was just rising so quickly through the Challengers ranks last year, Alan.
Giống như Data Fox. Giống Outrider, giống Dark Tracker. Tôi nghe là có 18 GB.
Nhẹ đi.
2026 game như này 18 GB là siêu phẩm. Siêu phẩm tối ưu.
Miêu xuống lấy cơm đi Miêu.
Chào mọi người, em về vui đây.
Em lựa.
Lead the charge to win a pistol and get Furia back in this match, Wyatt.
Absolutely. Listen, we've got Furia and PaperX, the first seed from Americas. Last year, an organization that couldn't get a single win, on the cusp of maybe beating one of the greatest teams of all time. It's going to come down to these players finding their form that they had on map 1, but finding the teamwork that they had on map 1. And I think this is just the map for them to do it. They display incredible fundamentals here when they were working their way through KickOff, but PaperX are a totally different beast. So far, they've beaten the other two Americas teams in this tournament, both on Split. They could be going for the 3-peat in both regards.
A 4-match win streak for PaperX here, but Furia undefeated. We were begging for it to go to Split, so we'll hand it back over to Pansy and Ibok.
This is one of the maps that has been iconic for giving us great games. And these two have just delivered already. Haven, an unbelievable display from Furia on a map that's been home for PaperX. Breeze, a complete elevation from PaperX, suddenly looking world class again. Where the hell does Split land?
I mean, it's just such an anomaly here. But you've got to think back to PaperX's ability to adapt on the fly. And we're talking about, obviously, the benefit of coming in, having the bye to playoffs. You had the chance to really study and diagnose what went wrong previously for other teams. But can you put that into action here versus PaperX? Furia here on the attacking side. Posted up outside A right now, and 3 members ready to greet the wall for PaperX.
Oh, it's gonna be like this from the start, is it? Is this what we're in for? A standoff. Whether they know it or not. Just around that corner. How long does PaperX hold this? I guess as long as until they don't feel contact anywhere else.
Necessary, yeah.
And for Furia, they walk closer. The paranoia ready. 3 players poised for this. Alan does get taken down. The PaperX trap gets sprung. Forsaken going back for more with a picture.
Hay thế.
Oh, it's just perfect.
Đọc như một quyển sách luôn mà.
Beautiful opener here. Just Artscene and Nerve left to try and recover.
Không mất một ai luôn.
Already Divine making moves down mid. Sheriff in hand, and he will tuck.
God, it feels like map 2, doesn't it? Okay, Divine gets the job
Không
done.
mất một, mất một, mất anh Thịnh.
PaperX looked prepped for that.
Really did. Happy to commit to this setup early on. Faith in the retake towards B for sure.
Ở đây ngủ hay làm gì?
Again, which is something has looked
Ở đây ngủ hay gì?
fantastic previously. Again, certainly something I've got my eye on, but it's more these rounds. Yes, it's a pistol, but
Em mở mắt sáng chân rồi.
so deep.
Gì?
It's only going to be the shorty invested.
Nó kêu à?
On the side of Fury and another chance to farm here.
Yep. Right place for Jing. Well, I say that. Let's see how he handles this one. The paranoia is stunning. And look at the combination of utility that it took to take him down, but still, they get the sight. That's a bold approach from Alan. I don't know if he thought he had complete freedom there.
Go for
they
the
have brought
bulldog,
it back
maybe?
to a 4v4.
Maybe just going for the weapon there to try and snowball this round, but
they're already coming back in though. Paper X, they have the better purchase. Keep that in mind. They have the rifles. EU gonna be blinded. Art's in, great trade. He does at least get the bulldog to play with here. Infi gonna be forced off the corner. Hold on, they're still making a go of it until
Hey.
doesn't let it go too far. Great damage from Furia though.
yeah, force out a couple of rebuys here. Not sure what Devi's gonna carry across here. Great timing again. The paranoia back in, the flash as well. It actually forces Jing to satchel back into the snake bite. A nerve to catch it. Yeah, the retake just looks so well drilled. Like I said, it was the cornerstone.
Bắn Spectre trong mượt thôi nhờ anh vai.
Player on split for Paper X here in Santiago, tasked with anchoring the A site time and time again. He even said, put some respect on his name now. Is he given that here versus Furia?
Furia need to get the ball rolling again. It's felt like a bit of a drought from map 2 till now. I'm not going to note something's position. Early attempt made from Koala Noob here. Does Envy get caught? Yes, he does.
Ôi kìa, sao lại chạy?
Lazy, but maybe overconfident they had.
Trời ơi, Envy ơi, bình tĩnh nào.
Through to ramp already. Something quick on the TP though. So able to reset after them. No commitment on the spike just yet. It's still
Sao lại chạy nha.
into spawn with Artscene. Not sure if Forsaken's taken any contact there or noted anybody, but he's playing deep on main.
I want to see where Furia decide they want to head here. Again, when you're seeing those two players kind of go towards the A side,
towards the judge.
don't go towards the judge. Anywhere else.
Now they're going to it, thank God.
There we are. That's fine. On the other side would be Devi, who's been a bit of a problem in that last map as well. Him and Something doing some really nice work. So it is, I mean, tentatively on his shoulders if he can do something pretty miraculous here. Still going to toy with the idea of taking away some bodies. Devi slipped forward. He's playing towards Pillar. 15 seconds. Furious hand gets forced. Koala Noob, brilliant work. Finding stability on the site, allowing for the plant. EU playing it forward. That is the team we are looking to see. Find that fire behind them again. Furia finally stopping the rot.
They keep pushing forwards as
Quá, tôi thật nha, mẹ tôi cái thằng Azin này, Atazin này tôi đéo thích chút nào anh em mà, nói thật. Toàn là team bắn mẹ mà ảnh gáy nhiệt tình lắm.
Good ult progress for a couple of members, but not going to see anything to bring into round 4 here. Something may be going amiss in Alex's eyes. But we'll see another invested ramp stack here by Paper X. Having to kind of task just one player with holding down the fort, taking contact in mid here behind the orb. Issue being devised only on a Guardian.
Koala Noobs. Okay, he's only... Oh, did he? No. Okay. Gonna have to be a bit careful now. As the reaction from Paper X is here. You've got Jing now pulled himself over towards this side of the map. Get some pressure though.
Oh!
No way! No way!
Jing! I can't believe my eyes when you're landing shots like that, man. Give me that replay, please. But still, it ain't over yet. It might be.
Má, Jin bắn ác thật.
Try to find some space for them to work into.
Jin bắt đầu cũng điên rồi.
Scene on the other side here for Nerve. It's a shutout of a round, and it's really on Jing's shoulders there.
You left in a 1v4 does have the spike.
Anh Jin cũng bắt đầu điên rồi.
So now Prowler here to force off with the paranoia to follow.
Oh, they want the account closed, don't they? Okay, EU. 30 seconds. And that's instantly forced Forsaken to fall away from this.
Devi is wrapping this.
Oh, but they're so close. EU heads up for this. Well, it looks like you are. Game back on, fights on, 15 seconds. Where do you go now? It is through a wall of players though. Envy's still here, Forsaken's
Bắt
here.
súng
I
à?
think he might be out of time.
Quán bắt súng mà.
Just a little too late to the party.
I mean, the damage is huge
The
though.
damage is great, but felt like there was a chance for that to have maybe turned with a couple more seconds. But for Paper X, they'll lose out on 3, but I mean...
No, hang on, what?
Envy?
Why?
Envy's been making some curious choices. He was the one who got caught.
Cố gắng bắt súng đi.
That makes the buy
Nhưng mà nãy bay cố mà bây giờ hết.
good anyway.
No.
Yeah, this is just outrageous from Jing.
Một chút xíu đã bắt được 3 rồi.
Beautiful stuff. Won the scoreline here, and we'll get a pretty good purchase to follow out from that, and get something going forward to Jing.
They're walking middle, and he has mopped him up, punishing Paper X for their aggressive play. Forsaken, and it's just overwhelming. Furia.
Mẹ mới thắng rau hay quá liền ra.
Well, they got to go back to the spike at some point. I think there's someone going to be collecting that in V. Needs to keep his composure in these rounds. He's going to be found this time at Furia. They've had enough, man.
How quick this round is just ridiculous. A second posted by Furia. And Paper X is looking to brawl mid. Again, Furia have had this space to play into early on, Lauren. But again, I mean, Forsaken can't really TP to anywhere safe in that situation. So Furia will laugh it off. And a massive overstep here, a reset of the funds, but Ultimate's starting to come online here for Paper X.
I feel like my mind's going to remember these last couple of rounds as potentially something that caused a bit of a spiral. We're yet to see though, as Paper X do have a little bit of a stack here, a little bit of a trap. Well, Noob maybe trying to just feel this out so far. We can already see the reaction, right? It's a heavy rotation, trying to bait him in, draw him in. They'd love to see them chomp down on this, but I feel like they should be a bit more cautious.
Something desperate to find a connection there.
Good info, but
yeah, very good info on the spot.
If you're reading this correctly, though,
I believe Nerve tasked with holding down A main. Actually, does still have some.
Where's the spike going, Michael?
Support. They're reading that Paper X would have rotated off this,
but they've just heard additional util going down. Surely, like, oh god. What? I'm so scared of how this goes. And KoalaNoob's behind Forsaken. This has all gone bizarre. And now something's found EU in middle. The spike's now kind of adrift. KoalaNoob doesn't feel secure or safe to work forward. 30 seconds, 30 seconds. And something just needs to buy time. If he can just be in enough of a nuisance, they are in a real problem. TP backside, and look who's near. Something is closing in. He's still got this space. He can call this through. The rest of the team from Furia are getting here, but have they overthought this? And now there could be problems. Something, the one to start it, might be the one to end it. Paper X! Oh, this is devastating for Furia. It's not over yet, but you're looking at what's remaining. KoalaNoob? Can't say he's not got heart in this fight.
How do they dig him out of main now, though?
I don't know. Envy's only got a classic, though. It's going to be on that. That was where I thought it was going to start and end, with that Vandal in the hands of something. But Nerve now with 43 HP. He's got a 1v2. A Sheriff up against him. Divine now with the upgrade, but they've got the time against them. Can he live up to the name? Ice cold. Nerves of steel now. Divine, you got a player on 3 HP against you, and Nerve, he's held the down. That is Nerves of steel for a Red Bull clutch.
Đèn thế.
What could have been a disaster of a round.
I mean, it's just so dicey.
Không, em ti vậy được rồi. Echo làm giờ được rồi.
Felt pretty comfortable initially, but then something gets a kill in a situation where the trade should have come so quickly. He's able to pop his ult cause.
Phải gỡ luôn thì ngon nha. Hãy gỡ luôn thì ngon nha. Gỡ luôn là gỡ được rồi.
To put this one on the board for Furia.
It's just the start of that round to how it ended, just obscene. Okay, got ults coming through. Divine does get seen, so that could be something to keep in the back of your minds. Can he play himself into this? He's up towards heaven. Focus towards CT, but I think that time is somewhat past. So the plant's going to be in very directed approach for Furia. Yeah, going to get away with the plant too.
I'll see prepping the paranoia here. This crunch towards CT.
I'm still
Paperex
looking
with
at
numbers. The showstoppers coming through.
They're putting everything into
It
this
didn't
one.
land.
It finds nothing. Alan does well to find one. Traded out is though Forsaken. Coming back in is Jing. Clearing house, clearing sight, and dropping more players. How are they still in this? Forsaken.
Mẹ nó cày thế.
I can't believe it. This is
Yêu này thì mẹ nó sao này nó bay thế.
their diligence, their ability to be on the right timing, and this time it falls apart.
But already Fury have done the hard work.
Yes.
Early on in this series, sure, forget map 2, but their willingness to go forwards in these situations and stand their ground, where previously Paperex had run away with that pressure. Fury are doing everything right in my book. And a very, very close scoreline here.
Yeah.
At the start of this decider.
I've got to give it credit as well here. EU in my mind has been exceptionally good as well, especially map 1. He kind of stood out to me there. I was wondering if that was just maybe something really comfortable for him. See him already in this position, showing that same validity. Fantastic work. Again, KoaLa Noob, this guy, you talk about resilience and that kind of heart for the game, right? It's hard to not enjoy that idea. And not too many years ago, you put Paperex in that same category. But for now, they do sit as the favoured side with what we've seen. But at 3-4, Fury are in the lead.
Sure, and yeah, coming out of this time out, the coin-based win condition being around what they can do with this purchase. The investment's already come in terms of something, and Jing from the showstopper previously. The pit is here for Devi. He's not going to throw a weapon in to maybe capitalise on it.
Gonna need someone to activate here.
I mean, issue being there's 3 players that are very comfortable in terms of the purchases here for Furia. So they can play a scrappy round in this anti-eco. There is a lot of sheriffs on the other side.
And we've learned our lessons. I don't need to tell you at home. You guys know it. We know it. Basically a buy round.
For Paperex, yeah.
Yep. So let's just see how Furia want to navigate these waters. Is there anything in the works for Paperex as well? Not particularly. Bloody hell, man. Forsaken. And he's been a highlight for Paperex, right? One of those big players to eye up, but instantly removed. Devi going to try and backfill that space. But in the meantime, look at Furia. Already starting to work the map, manipulate that open space that Devi would have to react to.
Again, Paperex almost committed
Yeah, bèo. Yeah, quân.
Stack on A, and even just showing his hand on B might just force Furia to consider rotation to vents. It's just a clearance for now.
We didn't love what we saw last time. You know, the stack, the walking right into it. This time I think they're learning on their feet a little. Nerve wants to test the waters. But Paperex sitting pretty deep on this. They don't want to give away too much here. Jing gets contact, finds him, drops in, Nerve's gone. Okay, upgrade there, and that should really spur on the pack of Furia to head towards that B site. Does Devi then get any sort of impact now?
He's probably just going to allow the plant to happen here. Might catch somebody in transition, but Alim not giving him a peek.
Now you still got to respect this team. There's going to be a fight in middle, and Jing's gone down that time. So there's a problem in mid. Furia resetting a little bit deeper. Repositioning, great paranoia. EU getting closer. Oh, it's lovely positioning from Furia. Something, nice shot, but not nice enough to turn it around. 2 remaining, and Furia, they're up to 5 rounds. And do you remember what we said earlier, Mike, about those couple of rounds with a couple of weird choices that feel like it's kind of turned the tides here?
Definitely has. A string of 4 in response here from Furia. Similar to what we saw in terms of a resurgence in the first half from Haven. And a very crucial buy round now for Paperex. Comes at a moment in the half where things can really spiral out of control very quickly.
Certainly could.
Devi will throw down the pit, secure control of mid at least early on here. Remove one of the tools that Fury have relied on a bit of freedom up until now. I mean, other than Paperex's previous attempt to just barrel down mid on the barrier drop. They're kind of herding them in towards this A site here.
And it feels like this is what PaperX would like, to an extent, right?
Well, what they were
So
great at
that-
doing is kind of doing a little bit of damage, maybe getting a kill, dipping out, and then having a very pacey 5-man flood retake. And the spacing not really there unless Furia take their time on the way in.
Okay, we've got Jing already starting to lean over towards A. You'll see that ult for Alan being considered. Here comes the site hit. Let's see how PaperX try and handle this one. Something staying on site. Something staying on site. Finally gets out of there, but the trades are coming in. But Furia just waiting for the walkout. Decimating. PaperX playing ahead of where we thought they might. As Devi has to obviously leave that pit long ago and walk into a 1v3 where the odds are stacked against him now. The first cleared, but the next two difficult. One toward Pillar, now two. Gonna try and limit their options, but
oh, hang on.
Oh, pretty magical. Ardsin, he's thinking about it. How does he want to play it? Devi doesn't quite know where Ardsin is. He wants to pin him down, find an option. The time going to determine the outcome soon enough. Devi has to tap the spike, and Ardsin waiting. Devi can't do it. Furia again. It's close, but they're winning these rounds, Mike.
Again, you can see the shift of focus towards catching players rotating out of sight or catching the early side of this flood. And I think almost PaperX have baited in a little bit by finding a kill here from Jing. Something obviously finding a kill. That's the green light for them to contest. And Furia lap it up. Devi got a really tough situation in terms of the clutch.
Má thằng Azin này cay nhá.
Force a second timeout here at a 6-3 scoreline. PaperX just absent from the last few.
They look a little bit checked out to me. I want to see some idea of how they want to take this back, and it also just doesn't look like the team that we were complimenting before. And maybe you don't get to play the same
No,
way.
I think Fury have done their homework. They've watched it. They have the correct approach here, tempering the aggression really well in some of these rounds, and now they have the advantage, which is basically driving this home in terms of the economy advantage. Jing has done a ton of work to get another showstopper in hand. Unfortunately, there's nothing else available to potentially swing this. In terms of ultimates, it will be Sheriffs and a Guardian to make a go of things here in round 10. In a half that feels almost like a lost cause.
5 rounds in succession for Furia. Feeling somewhat untouchable. They've been close rounds on occasion, down to 1v2s, 1v1s, but the reads have been right. The approach is correct. The players online, and keeping PaperX under the thumb. It's KoaNoob once again.
Look at the respect shown to the showstopper.
Oh.
Well, speaking of respect.
Oh!
What?
Huh? Show me it from his side. That was so fast.
Catch him on the TP, by the way,
Yes.
something out of that.
Portal closed.
Beautiful stuff to open up round 10. Fury are happy now to let this breathe a little bit. Wait for the aggression on the A side.
Ôi,
Just yet.
John rồi.
Get stuck in this choke point though.
Oh.
Jing, he's so antsy.
And you can see it, you see how they're playing, you see it on the cams, you see it in every aspect of PaperX right now. They look flustered and they look done for. Devi once again tries to make it over here. It's too little too late. Furia have everything right, but show me that beginning. Well, that's not the look you wanted to see on the coach cam, but this.
Oh! For somebody that started so slow in terms of numbers, right? Coming alive again in this decider. Furia mounting a very big cushion here towards the end of this first half. Buy back in from PaperX. And you're staring down the barrel of two very different finishes here. Look at what's behind this buy. This is 7-5 or 9-3.
Yep. Look at the pace. Furia are making Paper X sweat. You don't see it often, let alone from a team that's just touching those international stages. Whereas Paper X, long time players at these sort of positions, are absolutely being taught a lesson today.
Now the aggression all but dwindles for Paper X. See the adjustment already made on their side.
Oh, look at his rotation. It's going to be confirmed as well. Actually,
faked out here, and actually Forsaken staying.
Yeah, they're going to double down. They're sticking to their guns. Great paranoia. And a great shot again.
What?
I don't think he saw it. Maybe he did. I don't know. Again, Paper X finding magic where there shouldn't be any. So is there any room to run? 25 seconds and they have nothing on the A site.
He flashed off the angle. A chance to catch the
going.
rotation.
They
They're
can't
committing
really
here through
stop.
vents, no.
And it's on Divide. Can he deny them on the cross through? Gonna punish one. Can't get the second. 10 seconds. Still gonna go towards the side. Something. Catches one midair. And Furia on the run. It looks like there's a window of chance for Paper X now.
Cuối cùng,
Furia
finally.
just couldn't quite pull those rotations.
Ridiculous kill
Meow.
from Forsaken.
Meow.
Absolutely wild. He's backpedaling here. The paranoia to stall. What is that? And then it just, I mean, it's only really the clock that forces Furia to scramble some sort of recovery. They spend some of these key ultimates, still have EU and Nerve. Paper X, you have some things. Furia shift back towards mid. Divine has to be conscious of the freedom they had previously and stuck now behind the orb. He's actually, the orb's gonna drop.
Divine. Oh! How are you winning that fight? Okay, finally gets put back into place, but that just felt mad. Still got some ults here. And a refight in middle. Paper X want that control. The post that through, but you're looking at the main bulk of the site hit towards the A side, and something's been let off the leash. Maybe with some God-gifted timing here. EU trying to punish one in the middle. It's something on the flank. Still cutting Furia in half here. Great C's. And EU's struggling to get back in time. He wants to try and help him out, but something keeping him at arm's length.
Got bodies here now as well.
Still two on the site though. They can still make a stand here. 3v4. Jing, it's not clean on the first contact, but they're keeping him further away. And something is trying to clear sight, give them that full information. He's found good information, but he might actually be... Okay, sprayed in the smoke, doesn't get the shot they wanted. Koala Noob! You are absolutely nuts to get two there. And down to the 2v2, Forsaken doing Forsaken things. Yeah! They'll get you one of those!
Just
Má hồi hộp vãi liền ạ.
find these last two rounds a lifeline for Paper X in what felt like a brutal dismantling by Furia.
I thought they were dead, Mike. I thought Paper X were halfway into the grave. I'm wrong. They're still alive, and Furia still have more work to do. 5-7. This one, I mean, changed in my mind in those last 2 rounds, Mike. It was how many in a row? 6 for Furia, and then just a heartbeat of life for PaperX.
2 very polarizing outcomes PaperX were faced with from that first half. Again, success in the pistols is where I look to now in terms of this series. Can PaperX tie things up?
Rùng quá trời rùng.
The pendulum. I don't think it necessarily teased them up because Furia, like I said, are not backing down.
No, they are in this.
refuse to bow down, to relent to PaperX today. EU just going from strength to strength. Koala Noob shining again. They have to repeat that now on the defense. PaperX stacked up here for the pistol. Big gap between Artsine and the next player. Does have a TP here.
Yep, Artsine needs to get out cleanly, and he actually does.
Yeah.
So the trade of effect here, PaperX going to take the site, get the plant, and something's just going walkabout. I mean, okay, well, if that's what we're going to expect, I guess no round, no second, no peak is safe, but Furia are here. Back early, ready to retake, and already pretty damn close to this. Jing's got to prepare himself. They're not far away. Forsaken. They'll try and deal with that horn, but it's going to be Forsaken swinging. The pillar going to go down, and there's something that checkmate in middle. Perfect. Perfect synergy for PaperX. The pistol is theirs.
Continuing that success. The right foot forward here to start the second half. Beautiful take as well as Devi. Again, making that Sheriff just look...
Oh, God, he's good.
Almost trademark for him.
Casual.
A chance to tie things up. So only a Guardian. 2 Stingers and a Sheriff. Well, a little swap out here from Jing.
Okay, let's see him keep it clean. Some dangerous round 2s from Furia.
Well, it gets a little deeper than expected, but he's drawn Artsine off default here.
Yeah, he looks a little
slight
indecisive.
panic, but Koala Loop drops down, but TP's out.
Yeah. Okay, Artsine. Nope, gets cleared. Jing. Clean work here. Comfortable stuff. Not really feeling much threat yet. This is good for PaperX. This is going to gap close, right? This is them right back in the door.
Ê,
Oh, dearie me. I thought he was on for that one.
ăn quặm nó đi.
And Jing to make up for it for a live Mike. It had to be clean. It was. No threats found in round 2 this time.
Quả lên quặm nó đi. Nè, có lại giúp anh đi. Cắn xuống. Để mẹ cột con lại. Mẹ coi, để mẹ cho xuống dưới. Nó lùi, em coi nó lùi. Xuống dưới đi con.
Cái đầu thôi ấy quá nha.
Thôi gì? Anh đâu có hung liếm nó đâu.
That there was a little bit of a look towards middle there, but we can see where PaperX are eyeing up.
Tricky to scale out here, considering how deep the hold is from Fury on the other side. Allen span through the wall here, but actually commits towards elbow. He's caught by the paranoia.
Jing, a bit of a tricky spot, yeah, and great work from Allen, but a better trade. Devi, hold on. They're not done with this yet. They've got side control and they've got a plant. Let's look what this retake looks like, even with those better weapons.
Something able to completely disconnect from this.
Oh, this is looking good for PaperX. This, I'm a bit worried for Furia here. Yeah, that's a rough look as PaperX starting to really find stability. Furia need a spark here. Not gonna happen just yet with a trade. 3v2. EU trying to get up close. 1 HP though gets found for free near. PaperX. They've taken the lead.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's one thing to get close. It's second to try and get across the line. 8 rounds, Mike. This is a steady march back. Surely we're going to see a timeout for Furia
here.
I mean,
you've got to argue. You've got to take a breather here. Do not let this become a PaperX affair.
It feels like it is.
conversion here of the bonus and force Furia to consider their approach here in terms of getting this back in their favor. That's 5 rounds across the half now. Again, Coinbase win condition, there's not going to be many in terms of the purchase. There's not many in terms of the ult progress. They have to string something from nothing here. Already, Divide 1 point away from a pit. Obviously an early plan in place around that. PaperX again showing they're just able to reset mentally, shift their focus, because it's not been them on top by any stretch throughout this series. Yes, Breeze one-sided, but how many times did it come down to just the finest of margins? Again, they love to be in that zone.
Seem to thrive in it somehow. You've got to look at this buy, as you said, it's not much to bank on if you're Furious. You may be eyeing up the round after this to have that plan as to how you want to execute this game, and at that point, though, it's PaperX up to 9. They have 9 rounds to their name, potentially. Can you turn what is such a likely affair into something favorable?
See, try and do some damage at least. It's not going to amount to much in terms of the cushion. PaperX have quality, actually postured up, challenging here.
Yeah, he won that fight, I guess. But the war far from over. Furious still have 3 players. 2 sat pretty deep towards ramp. Hudson a little bit closer. That's going to be confirmation that they've made it up towards ramp. There's a paranoia, but the trap doesn't quite work. Yeah. PaperX, just nice spacing to kind of soak that attention up. And they're still going to follow up with these.
Hay quá mọi người ơi.
Hay. Nice. Yeah, it looks like PaperX have got things in line now, crossing the T's, dotting the I's, back to business. So we got to see what this timeout was for in just that moment prior.
Again, if you look at what's behind this already, Forsaken up to 6K, something not far behind that. The damage doesn't really mean much this early on, but it does for PaperX because they're knocking on the door of double digits. They'll have their ults on the horizon here. A chance to snatch away some of these crucial rounds for Furia. It's, wow, the timing suiting Koala, but Forsaken still sharper on the turn.
Is this it? You see that string of rounds. I mean, they'll note it too. This is really the difference of the big boys, right? That ability to dig this deep, to still find value, to still keep your head up, because those 6 rounds that Furia got in that first half were suffocating for PaperX. They just had to weather through it.
Domination.
And they've answered back somewhat themselves. This is the first real big purchase. The operator is in for Koala Noob. This is a huge win condition for them in their minds.
Absolutely.
It's got to work now.
Potentially revealed here. Slip into a deeper spot. Will TP away.
They know about it now.
But again, the TP over to the other side. If PaperX don't slow it down, they might just walk onto an early angle here because Koala Noob's already stacked up alongside Artsine.
There's no pressure elsewhere on the map, right? The only thing they've done is now re-smoke middle.
Yeah, re-smoke mid to cut the sight lines. They won't draw a rotation at all.
This guy has been exceptionally talented on those scoped weapons. And he holds his nerve this time. Gives away the game, though. They're doing really well at identifying where he is. And now look at it! Surgical in approach. But Artin able to divide behind them. Nerve's done great damage as well. So we're down to a 4v4. This is not comfortable yet for PaperX.
No, the pit will give some sort of space to move out, but PaperX shifting their focus back towards mid. It's still a 4v4. Something taking a bit of damage. And a pause for thought here for PaperX. They have to win out towards Mail.
Lên Heaven B à?
Who's on the top side of that? Nerve. Okay, shoulders in. He's got to be so cautious here. You don't want to be too passive, too aggressive. And then something swings him. Artsin then tries to shift in towards Hell, but he's going to be noted on the horn. The utility work from PaperX is sublime. But the shots here from EU still keeping him in there. Fair, but it's and Divide just to tilt the scales on their side. PaperX took pause for thought, worked the map, and reapproached. Alem, a 1v3. This would be 10 for PaperX. All those close rounds, that map 1 starts feeling like a lifetime away. PaperX Second by second, getting much closer. Allen, he's got another chance, and it fades as Envy
Man.
holds his own there. 10
Hồi hộp.
made for PaperX now. So close. Just quietening down that Furia side.
And Divide just able to create so much pressure with this pit. You see the instant decision making, the paranoia landing perfectly onto Koala Noob, and I think his TP had just expired. He was happy to then commit towards holding this sight line.
I'm just so impressed with how they handled identifying that operator on both sides of the map and not letting it get the best of them by any means. That was very impressive, but it's also broken the buy from Furia. 11 starting to feel highly likely. Still trying to scramble together a purchase, but it's going to be tough.
The players posted up pretty close here. Koala Noob and Nerve both with Buckies. Alem's just going to try and bait here. Again, some ults to play with. EU, Alem, obviously the key ones. PaperX not stepping into the trap.
A Bucky in a dream, I guess.
Time on that smoke. Got to give it up, EU. We'll get one. Envy quick on the trade, though.
But it just feels like they're crunching towards the safe side.
Yeah, now the Bucky. It's going to be hard. Got to rely on the timing of this Toxin.
Koala's got a corner, but that's all he's got to play, and he's got to hope that he maybe gets something from it. Jing, a freebie found. Koala got cleared by... I mean, it's just... This feels like they've gone quiet, man.
Systematic from PaperX. And the fact that they actually back away from this choke point on 8. Artsing going to be caught here. Forsaken will find it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's methodical.
PaperX on 11. Ults-wise, it's again, yes, there's some available here for Furia, but unless there's a proactive plan here, when you are effectively walking the tightrope in terms of the finances here at a 4-round deficit, a tall order, and that's an understatement.
It's the difference in what... Fury is still trying their best. I mean, they've had a bit of a quiet time on this half, obviously, yet to even get around. But it's the difference in PaperX, the composure being tested. And they're passing that test every single time, it feels
Flying
like.
colours.
Yeah, it is not just the Jing show or Forsaken or someone or something, should I say, actually, doing those sort of miracle plays. I'd say Devi's probably been the strongest for me as a backbone player, but it's been a united front from PaperX. They're on the same page. They course corrected. They got pissed off in map 2 and they came back swinging.
Come out of this timeout now. Operator in hand once more for Koala. PaperX slowing down in terms of the early rounds, so it'll be difficult for him to find some value unless he goes hyper aggressive. And I come back to the same thing, it's just asking so much when there's so little margin for error now in terms of the scoreline. Already noted, EU and Alem both sitting on ults. Might just be Jing to be posted here with the paranoia. Up towards ramp. Oh, no, actually caught there. Has to TP away.
Their protocol list for this operator is so strong. EU, though, might have got the timing right. No! No, still goes down! I thought they were aware of it! And PaperX!
Yêu vãi cả chữ không yêu à.
Everything's going right for them. The site's already open. Now they know it for sure. It's Koala Noob's curiosity. Doesn't matter! This is a one-sided affair. As
Mắt boy.
wants to send them to their grave. 12 rounds, 4 kills.
Let's go.
PaperX
Let's go.
stepping the
Let's
hell
go.
up today.
Will break the hearts of Furia here, who came out swinging in this series. And the string of rounds just hard to ignore now. Devi almost entering flow state here. Stringing together 4 to put PaperX on series point now. Will be a buy, but it's broken. There's gaps across the board here for Furia. Something looking to pave the way
mistaken though. And Koala Noob makes it towards site in time. There's still a problem, but that's been cleared. Jing gonna get dug out of that corner, and they now have bodies on the site. This is the first time we're not seeing PaperX get that free entry or that easy way in. Fury on the right side of the map, right time.
They've been seeing him though, 100%.
He
Yeah.
was so low, 5 HP. How do you make something work with that? You need Devi or something maybe in unison. Again, Furious simply just have so many numbers now.
Able to stabilize initially here after this first wave, first barrage of PaperX. Devi looking to slip the net, and he does. He finds Nerve.
Stop it. Devi, stop it. He's seen more. Down to 16 though. That's a lot of damage done. You need Koala Noob to maybe not go down to Envy here. Okay, wait, we're in a 2v3, and look at something. Look at something. Oh no. Oh no.
Not like this.
This was never meant to be the way this happens. Something, right place, right time, and goddamn right player. EU's hopes and dreams might be dashed on this. Good damage is possible. There's still room for play here. Look at the HP on PaperX. But this team, it doesn't seem to matter. The flashy turns. He's still as proud as he still has a seize, but just absolutely
Hay.
his core. A cut above the rest.
Let's go.
Pushed, but far from defeated. 13.
Này thì bích chắc chú khủng long của chúng tôi.
And this last round, Lauren.
Cái con báo đen này chặt đầu nữa.
Invitag solo challenges the op, finds the kill, and it's the first domino to fall for Furia. PaperX. We already said it, a cut above the pedigree of this team. You can't even really call it resilience. It's just them operating at a level that so few other teams are happy to do. And let's not take anything away from Furia today.
No,
stepping onto this stage, smiles on their faces as well. Happy to go here, get down and dirty with PaperX.
America này thì chọn PaperX à? Đùa à? Mặc dù cũng có hơi nhót á, nhưng mà mẹn cuối cùng cũng giặt đầu tụi nó. Này thì chủ động chọn PaperX với chúng tôi. Giặt đầu, nhổ lông nữa. Giặt đầu xuống nhổ lông nữa. Mấy con mèo đen này nha mày.
Absolutely. I mean, the first time they've really shown they're human, right?
It is, and we're going to hear from them now. The humans down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
And they have won their first match in playoffs. Jing, how are you doing today? Sorry.
Nhây. Nhờ.
Bộ này đẹp nha. Bộ đẹp này.
Đôi giày.
Đây. Đấy. Mấy con báo nè.
Hà Tây à?
Mày chọn mấy khủng long đúng không? Giặt đầu rồi nhọi.
Có gặp con đồ không em?
Anh mới đi thi về à?
Này thì chọn khủng long với chúng tôi.
Cái bộ phao này đẹp phết nhá.
Đây này chép cả lên thuyền đây này. Lên chuyến đò. Đẹp nhỉ?
Ui à, đẹp thế.
Game làm đẹp vãi. Đẹp nhờ.
Nhưng mà đúng là bao nhiêu năm rồi mới thấy một con game kiểu đẹp như kiểu Where We Meet đi. Đi lêu hêu ngắm cảnh không thấy đẹp ấy. Nhạc hay, cảnh đẹp. Cốt truyện sâu. Nhiệm vụ phụ cũng sâu. Nhiều thứ để làm vậy cứt.
Game giải đấu.
Đúng không?
Ui, thế bây giờ mình phải đi mở map mới hết à?
Vâng, đúng rồi.
Có phải bắt côn trùng không nhỉ?
Có anh.
Ui, đẹp thế.
Chơi lại từ đầu à?
Again and again. Mình
Vãi.
đẹp nhỉ. Sao người ta có thể dựng mấy cảnh đẹp như này nhỉ?
Em làm nhiệm vụ sau này em khai phong đi vào kỹ viện nên có mấy quả đỉnh vãi cứt luôn đi. Sau là nhiệm vụ bắt buộc phải vào đấy mà. Đẹp cực. Wow luôn ấy.
Hình như là em làm cái đấy rồi.
Tên lửa à?
Hoàn thành luôn. Sụp đổ luôn mà.
Ủa bún gì bún mắm mấy giờ nó bán?
Đẹp ấy. Sợ. Thật hận.
Mấy 3:40 chạy đâu trời? 5 giờ ít chứ quay 5 giờ sáng chứ.
Quyển mộng suy tư đêm tĩnh. Xong đi bộ ra đây có gặp mà một ông bị mất đầu xong hát hí kịch không nhỉ?
Gì?
Trông giống lắm nhạc.
Xong cho con tụ luôn á.
Rồi toàn cứt rồi đấy.
Đúng ăn luôn.
Nầu hay bị mất mùi.
Tuyệt vời em.
Nghe giọng biết mất mạng.
Ngô khôn. Gặp ngô khôn.
Đến đâu rồi? Chào mừng anh đến với tiếp.
Gì đấy, bắt tao đánh nhau mày.
Đâu, những biện pháp cấp tim.
Mẹ hồi phục cái này kiểu gì ấy nhỉ? Không có nút bấm sao chơi? À đây rồi.
Rồi á. Đấy, phán thiết đấy. Cồn cát.
Ý thủ đẹp đấy nhỉ?
Bản đồ nào?
Để mai trả lại cốt truyện của ta.
老郑，好好的，好啊你，我错过，老郑，你要去哪
có？ động lực chơi phết.
玄玄翼，他们在等着我呢。玄玄翼不就在鱼图上吗？
Đẹp mà.
老郑，老郑，哎，人呢？
Tiêu luôn.
Em có xác định chơi game này lâu dài không Miêu?
Có chứ anh? Mình chạy hết cốt truyện chưa?
Chuẩn bị một cái dù.
Thế thì anh sẽ tặng em một chiếc quạt.
Tuyệt vời.
Em đưa nick vào đây để anh đập
Thế
thôi.
bây giờ
Ủa quạt hay dù ta?
quạt em ạ.
Anh sẽ đập cho em 5 hạt vàng. Quạt siêu đẹp luôn. Em thích màu gì?
Tuyệt vời. Dạ.
Màu vàng chắc luôn.
Em thích màu gì?
Let me check. Nhưng mà tại vì em đang bị mất mạng rồi không vào được game. Em nghĩ là em sẽ lấy quạt màu đỏ đi, tại vì em thích cái tóc màu đỏ ấy. Em sẽ đổi một con là cái tóc màu đỏ đấy. Em sẽ chơi quạt đỏ.
Đi vai bây giờ còn bán nhưng mà anh phải lấy một co của em để anh mua quạt nhá.
Ui không có cốt rồi rồi.
Đi vai bây giờ còn bán cốt rồi nhỉ em nhỉ?
Không có đâu anh ạ.
Sao lại không có rồi nhỉ?
Không thấy đủ cốt
đâu
em
phải có cốt.
em thì đắt lắm.
Yes sir.
Hay là áp thẻ tín dụng mà nạp nhỉ?
Quạt đẹp hơn em. Quạt đẹp hơn hay dù đẹp hơn nhỉ anh nhỉ? Anh tung 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 tung
Dù.
tung 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 tung.
Đấy, chọn dù. Dù nó nổi hơn á.
Chủ trở lại chứ.
Chắc là nổi hơn nhưng mà
Đấy hỏi Tùng biết này, Tùng biết này. Nếu như chơi quạt dù thì bây giờ để đập một trong hai cái lên để cho đẹp thì nên đập quạt hay nên đập dù?
Cái quạt đẹp hơn.
Quạt đẹp hơn nhưng quạt bé tí à?
Dù nó to.
Dù thì nó to nhưng mà thấy đẹp mà.
Nhưng mà em nghĩ là quạt hay đánh nhau hơn ấy, dù nó để hưu mà.
Dù thì nó lúc nào cũng bay lên đầu thôi. Quạt thì mình lúc nào cũng cầm trên tay.
Đấy, anh thấy quạt có vẻ đẹp
Nhưng
hơn
mà
quạt đứng chờ nó lại còn có cái dáng nữa cơ em ạ.
Ô hết. Với cả dù thì không thấy mình anh ạ, em nghĩ là nên đập quạt. Quạt nó sẽ thấy cả mình và quạt.
Thế Chốt dù cái quạt này tính đi để anh đập cho.
Không phải tính, nó là cái quạt anh ạ. Dù em tự đập sau.
Cả hai quá nha.
Em chọn cả hai. Cả hai.
Va đi anh cô ơi, va đi.
Va thì em.
Va băng chiến anh quyết tâm được rồi.
Anh biết rồi à?
Anh quyết
Mấy
tâm
tuổi vậy?
va.
Cái tầm được tôi kìa.
Va thôi băng thủ ơi.
Anh cô skip tuổi.
The Swiss stage was when you're looking at the other competition. I think Gentlemates are the pick because they went through EDG and Team Liquid, who ultimately felt not particularly dynamic in that game. So maybe you're looking at Gentlemates like, okay, they had a bit of an easier path than the other team.
I know you're saying that's what they might think.
Yeah.
Do you think that?
I think this Gentlemates team look fantastic, but I genuinely think whatever team would have gotten the first pick probably would have picked them, and it's not a diss, like it's just a testament to the talent.
I do think the teams that made it out of Swiss, they are the least tested given the competition they had to play against. However, to their credit, they did absolutely dismantle on the second map of both these series. Liquid game in particular, they were running it down with aggressive play after aggressive play. Mates were great to counter that. The attack side calling is look competent from Starks at the lead of this team. All the players that were performing domestically have kept it up here. This is a Mates that have looked as good as they did in EMEA, but we still don't know their ceiling given the slightly easier matchups in Swiss.
Yeah, I've kind of felt like every Mates map we've watched so far, we've seen a different aspect of what makes them really good.
Okay.
Like, we got that second Pearl game. Whoa, Glyph is taking over.
Yeah.
Martine starts heating up there too, and then the second series, he's insane. At the beginning on Haven, you saw Starkso with some great calling. Mini lurking on the Cypher was beautiful. So I feel like there's still potential for many things to click at once where they could dominate a game. But I think that they've displayed across the board competent play from basically everyone up to this point.
Well, you mentioned Glyph, and he was talking to us recently about Gentlemates' extremely loyal fan base in this HyperX player moment.
I think we're very blessed with the Gentlemates fans and the fan base. The Berlin Stadium is amazing in itself, and the Gentlemates fans who show up is amazing in itself. But being able to play against the international teams is so exciting to be able to play against all levels of competition and some of the best teams in the world. And I think it gives a good bit of boost in your pride and ego, in a sense. It's very fun. But again, making internationals and seeing the fans, seeing the different places and environments is incredible and a different experience in itself. Speaking just directly to the Gentlemates fans, keep on believing. You know, this team isn't at their peak yet. I don't think we're even close to it. There's still so much more that we can improve, that we can be greater on, and there's much better performances that we can show you guys. And so just keep on believing, and we'll always try to do our best to show you the best versions of ourselves.
Hearing the way Glyph has taken this Gentlemates fan base to heart and the success he's had on so early with this roster is so impressive, given that not 4 months ago he was still playing with a collegiate team. Spent so long in NA Tier 2 grinding through that system to not really achieve the heights he would have wanted, only to get this opportunity across the pond and become a breakout success alongside Gentlemates to now be in international playoffs 4 months after having to take classes to be allowed to play Valorant still.
I don't mean it as a diss to Winthrop University, but I don't think they have the same level of fan base as Gentlemates.
Not quite.
Whoa,
You know,
Josh.
am I being
You're not
too harsh
ingrained
there?
in the Tier 2 scene like that.
This guy doesn't know about college football in America. Valorant's probably the same.
Let's find out where these teams are headed, though. Let's go over to the map picks and bans to see where the playing ground is going to be between NonK and Gentlemates.
Hey everybody, we're going to begin map selection. NS, since you're the number 1 seed, you get to choose Team A or Team B. So are you Team A or Team B? B. Team B, okay. MA is Team A. MA, what's your first band?
Ban Breeze.
Ban Breeze. NS, what's your band?
Ban Pearl.
Ban Pearl. Okay, MA, what's your first pick?
Pick Haven.
Picked Haven. NS, what's your side on
The
Haven?
Splitter. Hay con Rod đây. Split hay Cross đây?
Defense.
Chọn.
Okay. Defense. NS, what's your map 2 pick?
Cross.
And mate, what's your side on
Vậy
three?
ban Splitter hay ban Heaven đây?
We start attack.
Attack. Okay, and mate, what's your next ban?
Ban split.
Split. Rồi.
Okay, NS, what's your ban?
Ban all this.
Ban of
Biết.
this. Last map is bind. And mate, what is your side on bind?
Start attack.
Attack. Okay, so as a recap, we have map 1 is Haven with NS on defense. Map 2 is Corrode with M8 on attack. Map 3 is Bind with M8 on attack. Good luck, everybody.
I think we're set up for a sick game off that map pick ban. There's some serious overlap in the pools from these two teams. They both love Bind and Haven. They're both undefeated on Bind and Haven.
Yeah.
So we're going to, at least on that first Haven pick, someone is going to finally take a loss. That's Mates picking it, by the way. They're going into the best Neon on the best Neon map as their first pick. That is
easy stuff.
Bold, but I respect it.
But it is interesting to see how their comp will play out. It's rare that NonK has to play against Cypher in Pacific. A lot of it is played for Mates, and I want to see what they can do on defense here on Haven. There'll be more problems on that defense side, though. This is where Martin, Josh, has been an absolute beast, especially when he can get that scope in his hands.
Yeah, well, let's send things back over to Jen, who got a handle onto Martin, and see what he was talking about in his arrivals.
Bạn đang Anh ơi, bạn nghe nói là mày chuẩn bị có một quả giải thế giới, bạn phải kiểu tập trung các thứ cho hát đấy.
Đấy, đang gọi điện mời đấy.
Bạn ok mà, bạn lên đường thôi, anh em
đã mời đâu mà ok. Đã mời đâu, thì đang gọi nói chuyện hỏi cái. Bạn vừa hỏi kênh chat là thấy mày chơi đánh cờ suốt, nhưng mà quan trọng là mày đánh có hay không ấy, thì kênh chat bảo mày đánh tốt lắm.
Đứa nào, ủa ấy, thề luôn ấy.
Không phải nhiều quá không chỉ đích tên được, thế bạn mới gọi hỏi mày là mày danh gì rồi, thì nó cũng phải có cái mức danh nào đấy nó hợp lý để thi đấu, chứ không mình vào mình đánh kém quá thì nó bị buồn ấy, hiểu không? Nó bị mang tiếng, xong rồi nó bị ảnh hưởng đến chất lượng chuyên môn của giải đấu. Cái đấy là cái mà bạn băn khoăn và bạn khó xử nhất. Mà bây giờ bạn gọi điện cho mày để bạn hỏi xem là mày danh gì và cái trình độ của mày như thế nào đó, để bạn nắm được thêm thông tin để bạn còn biết.
Bây giờ bạn thì thật ra là bạn cũng mùa này thì bạn mới comeback, nhưng mà mùa trước nữa thì bạn
đang hỏi mùa này cơ, đang hỏi mùa này á.
Mùa này thì ý là cũng kim cương
rách thế.
Thì ý là nhiều khi là mình cũng kiểu đang ở giai đoạn tập luyện ý.
Tức là mình không thể lên, mình cố rồi nhưng mình không thể lên quá danh kim cương à hay như nào?
Không, sao mình cố mình chưa cố. Đây là mình đang giai đoạn gọi là tập luyện.
Mẹ tập mãi ở danh kim cương à? Thế giờ chỉ chơi với bạn bè kim cương cùng trang lứa là
không? Bạn mới comeback đợt này cũng là vì công việc, đợt này bạn mới có thời gian rảnh rỗi để tập luyện nhiều hơn, chứ mấy cái hôm chơi với trước là bạn bị động. Thì nghe là mày
là sao? Chuyện giờ chơi với là sao?
Nghiêm túc mà.
Nhưng mà bạn tổ chức cái giải này là nghiêm túc
đấy. Kìa, bạn đã bao giờ không nghiêm túc với mày đâu. Mày biết tính bạn làm gì bạn chẳng nghiêm túc. Bạn tức là đêm hôm qua một ngày bạn luyện là khoảng 24 tiếng series.
Và để ý nhiều đấy.
Theo thông tin mà cập nhật từ cộng đồng thì là đầu tiên là IB1.
Em làm gì?
Người thứ hai mà vừa chơi hay mà vừa vừa tương tác tốt mà lại tuyệt vời, đấy là em chè nghiện TFT. Không, em chè đi chung kết thế giới.
I feel like the Neon, I agree. I do think it's the hardest role in the game, but I think the Yoru can ultimately find even more impact when you're at the level that Martin is currently playing at. The way that they have the system designed around him allows him to be able to get so many big impact first kills, which is what you're going to be relying on Dambi for. But I think that with the way they are able to use Martin, he can do it with even more consistency than Dambi can, and that could take them over the top.
This game might just be the answer to that question, though. Is it a Dambi takeover on the Neon? Is it Martin continuing his incredible performances he's had Such an exciting clash for two teams that, while they play similar styles, have very different focuses.
We just saw Furia, the #1 seed of Americas, come out and played their hearts out, though they have been knocked down to the lower bracket. Now we've got an opportunity to see, yet again, another one of these top 1 teams. NonK Red Force, #1 seed from Pacific, against a team that has smashed their way through Swiss. Let's send things down to the stage to bring out our teams.
Santiago, vamos a hacerlo otra vez. Grita con el alma. Thank you so much, man. Yes. Es momento.
Another unblooded first seed takes on a victor of the Swiss stage. NonK got to choose their opponents immediately, and they opted straight into this fight against Martin and his mates. But this one should be an enormous clash.
Some similarity between both these sides in that one player who is in the history books of Valorant and Starzell, one on NonK and RB are just surrounded by the talent of the future. And so far, the story for Gentlemates at Santiago has been success. It hasn't been one of debuting and faltering under the pressure. But if you go back to the first seed curse, is that going to be a factor here for NonK?
It's a different context, though. Not one of the top teams coming out of Swiss with crazy high expectations. Instead, this Gentlemate squad making their first international in Valorant themselves with a new roster of their own. The similarities don't just end there. The style, the map pool. These teams are mirrors across regions, and only one can continue through the upper bracket.
It is crazy that if this goes all the way to 3 maps, God, teams will be suffering their first defeats on Haven and on Bind, where both of them are perfectly flawless. This first Haven game should be an absolute banger, man. This is a map that, despite NonK not having picked the most rounds they've lost on it to a team, 5.
Crazy.
They have won 13-5, 13-5, 13-4, and Mate said, yeah, bet, let's pick it into them. Crazy.
And that was against good teams in Pacific. You look back at previous metas, and the hard counter to Neon was always cited as Cypher. He got a huge nerf going into this year. Most of the world wrote the agent off, but EMEA stuck to it, and Mates especially has played more Cypher than anyone else. So I want to see, after the changes, after the nerfs, can, on defense, Mates actually shut Domby down and make his life difficult on the entry.
This team has been so good at problem solving so far throughout this tournament. Even when they've been tested, IGL, Starzo, the coaching staff, they've stepped up and figured out what the problems were. Starzo, by the way, hunting to become the second player ever to win a Champs and a Masters after he hasn't even been at a Global in 5 years.
5 years. Wild that it's been that long, and finally making his re-debut for this team. Same thing, Wyatt, for RB. He was always a player who we were waiting for the other shoe to drop, waiting to see that DRX squad actually make a run deep in the tournament. Never happened for him. Had to go down to a different region to even get another opportunity with the Korean team.
He also had to watch at Bangkok as Stax and Buzz completed that arc of their narrative, while he, a former, almost lifelong teammate of theirs, has had to do it with an Ascension team, and they look great. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, he's so different now, though. The IGL of this team, the veteran, compared to all of his young teammates. Not that aggressive Neon of the earlier days.
First time that we get to really see a new core of Korean talent coming to one of these events.
For sure.
Not just one player surrounded by the historic guys that have been here since the beginning with DRX or whomever. No, this is a chance for the new generation to rise up. On the side of Gentlemates, as we get into Haven, though, I really wanted to call back to Mini. He played such a fantastic game.
He really did.
Debut map. He was the critical player to get the win against an EDG that I think showed their best map there. They were firing on all cylinders.
Before Martin got online as well.
He wasn't awake in that game, and they were relying on the one player from Mates who is stuck with this team, playing that more unorthodox in the current day Cypher, and I think around Starkzo's really lovely calling on that map. He was just able to expose so many lanes, find so many crucial kills. I think he's definitely a player to keep your eye on.
We're talking about the Cypher player there and how they might look to try to counter the Neon. I just want to touch base with both of you. How good do you think the Neon is currently from what we've seen so far at Santiago? Is it meta-defining?
I think it is. I think if Waylay was the defining agent of champions in Paris, I think Neon will be the defining agent of this tournament. And for me, NonK is the best example of implementing Neon into pretty much every one of their comps.
There is no debate that it is defining on Haven. It's essentially a must-pick right now. For Mates, it's not all about Beepo on the Neon, though. He feels even, at times, a little bit more supplemental in the strategy, which has more emphasis on Martin being a star.
One advantage Neon has on the defense is how much it helps your defensive macro with fast rotates. Watch Dombi and how quickly, off of seeing information from any of his teammates, he's maneuvering to almost always be in the right place to get value out of his stun and defend alongside his anchors.
It's funny, I swear, every time we get into one of these Gentlemates games, when you look at the players' faces, they're seemingly nervous. I feel like they're always taking deep breaths. It's like they're trying to calm down, but nerves have never actually been a factor with them. No. They have actually rose to the occasion, called upon every single time so far.
And just to reiterate again what Wyatt was talking about, 100% map win rate for both of these teams on Haven. It should be an absolute barn burner of a match and a brilliant map to begin. Here's Achilleos and Paperthin with the call.
Gonna have to get used to that sideshow throwing to us, but my goodness, does it feel great to be here for this series. A barn burner, a banger, whatever adjective you want to throw at it. This should be an incredible showing from two teams that have looked impeccable on Haven.
This is really, really interesting that Mates has the confidence to go into this map right away, considering how unbelievable NonK has looked on it. And let's see if they're ready for it. I mean, like the desk was talking about, you've got the Cypher baked into this comp already. You've got an Astra there maybe that can help you do a little bit of delay, but overall, you're just gonna have to kind of get a feel for the pace of the game and try to find ways to shut Dombi down. And many have tried with different variations. Nobody yet has succeeded consistently.
As the desk was highlighting, though, a bit of a different flavor with that Cypher, with that Astra. Let's see what Mates do have in store. As the first little peek coming through. Francis will walk down mid, just going to be clearing out that Cypher cam nice and early.
A heavy stack in towards mid here. Yeah, back up behind Francis at the top of B site.
Continuing to linger on this angle. Does he get rewarded? The question, no, we'll back away. Joins it on the A site. Meanwhile, it's like a shock dart landing at the feet of Martin. Does take him to 33.
It's all a fake, though, and they pulled the rotations. No follow through.
RB making noise. That ping coming down is going to be a double push now out of the garage. Wrapping around, and obviously the turret deactivated, given the positioning of Ivy, and now they get the jump, and RB gets the bad news. Mini to find the first kill of the map. As all of NonK going to be scrambling to try to get back into position. Tripwire catching one. Martin holding close, looking to catch them off guard on this swing, and will be able to get a kill for himself. Beepo as well joining in from the garage doors, looking for a little bit more, but Francis will be able to collect a second. So into a 3v3. NonK players low on health.
Look at Starkzo.
Swinging around the back, and this will be Ivy absolutely dead to rights right before he maybe would have had a chance to contend against Mini. Push the garage, clip gonna be good for both, and Mates gonna be good for the pistol round win.
Yeah, and this is one of the big things that I noticed coming up to this event, watching Mates, watching them so far in this event, is their mid-rounding is so good. They understand tendencies of their opponents so well, and Starkzo knows how to use that against you. And in this round, you throw both duelists at the A site, at long. You have to react as NonK. You have no choice but to throw your forces at that, because if both duelists are there, feels like a hit. And instead, it's actually just a pullback, and NonK never is able to figure it out. Space taken, RB flanked. Great round.
4-player stack up once again, going to be Xross by himself. Cross towards A, as they want to try to collapse in on top of these players of Mates, but able to quickly exit, pulling back, and now gambling into the lighter side of the map.
Oh, and instantly a headshot. Xross taken out.
And the punish found halfway now towards that dimensional drift. It's Francis, only one buying up a sheriff. Trying to put the use. Dombi's going to be good for one, but now both duelists for NonK going to be left on the floor. Just RB and Ivy
Classics in hand to try to see if they can make a go of anything, get some damage in, or if they will just tuck back and die to the spike. Looks like they want to try to find some blood here, but it's only going to be theirs. Standing there close. As Martin, having gotten that Marshall, is going to go on this hunt and wants to get even closer to that ult. See if they can funnel it in. And Ivy on the drop down. Martin will be able to pursue and deepen up from behind. A 3K form and a 2-0 start. Clean stuff for mates.
Yeah, looking really solid so far. Let's see what they can do with this bonus. It's going to be pretty powerful. 3 Bulldogs, 2 Vandals. That's what they're bringing to bear. Martin there, pretty good. The Marshall, Desk was talking about, very good with those scopes. He can get those in his hands. He can certainly do damage. Francis on the other side also pretty sharp. This time it is mates who are coming out 2-0 and maybe going to challenge the C site this time. A pretty far forward turret here. They clear it out along with the Nano.
Plenty of noise being made. Trying to once again drum up that interest. Drag NonK across the one side of the map. Downbeat at the same time is going to go for a peek in towards B. 3 players on the opposite side of that as Ivy under some pressure, but Downbeat able to hold his own for one, but Martin quickly shuts him down. B-site now going to be open. The plant going in. Martin getting the dimensional drift off the back of this. So even though it's into a 4v4, this is still very good odds for mates as they look to convert the opponents, and immediately that ult gets invested.
Look at Starkso again.
Swing around the corner. Cliff, however, going to be overwhelmed. Ivy collecting that kill. Tries to turn back to find the enemy Yor, but Martin continues to excel. 6-1-1, 7-1-1. And can he get some more in the round? RP just stuck here within the smoke is going to be good for the one. Retaps it, Martin, snaps on, looks for the ace, RP will deny, but cannot get the round win. The bonus conversion is found.
Well, NonK's going to need to call 911 here pretty soon. That is absolutely crazy stuff from Martin. Trying to show you he is the best in the world right now. This NonK style be damned. And they're all over the map right now. NonK is having such a hard time keeping track of stuff. And it's the beginning of this round that's a setup for mates. They clear the KJ util so they could set up for some of those lurks in the seat. They don't even really end up needing it because they have dimensional drift, but a lot of the follow-through ideas are there.
Look at the crunch into mid. Francis left limping away, 26 health remaining. Frankly, fortunate to be able to escape. RP just staying slotted here within the smoke in case there's that aggressive push, but mates, they're taking it nice and easy. Swing out.
Whoa.
Nice shots from Xros. Just get put down low on HP, but is able to find the kill. But Martin now able to go ahead and clean up the enemy Sova, and now they go pushing forward into the C side. Right across, and Starzo shuts down Downbeat. Now Beepo forward here into the smoke. The walk in to his demise. Francis gone. Beepo just dashing around, plants his feet, 180s, and is just dancing on him. 4-0 start, back into a bye. NonK, surely they pop a timeout.
And mates able to do something that a lot of teams have struggled with in Pacific, and that's not get run over by Dombey with a shotgun. And it's all on this reaction from Starkso. He's expecting it, sees him, hits him right before he comes through the fast lane again. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Great stuff from Beepo. Using the relay bolt to set himself up for success. You're absolutely correct. It will be timeout time for NonK. This is tough, man. It's a lot of trickery. It's a lot of fakes early. It's a lot of misdirection baked into this game plan for mates. And NonK is having a really hard time getting a read on it. And I think part of this is mates understanding that the NonK coaching staff and the NonK players want to use that neon to react quickly to stuff. So if they put some pressure somewhere, they're going to get over rotates. They're going to open up space on the map. And that's what they've been doing a great job of taking advantage of.
Only 10 more seconds remaining in this Coinbase win condition for NonK to try to get everything clustered together and start to understand the way that mates are pushing and pulling on this map. So far, it has been a struggle. Certainly not what you expect to see from this squad, even though it is their first time making their way out onto this global stage. Same could widely be said for those on mates as well. Absolutely. A little bit more of that veteran presence, given that you have Martin as well as Starso.
It's a little bit of an extra oomph, and you also have that advantage of playing in through the group stage. Frankly, that is an advantage at this point. The way that the players get adapted to everything, you're used to the stage noise, all that kind of stuff. A little bit of a go with a clone and a drone. Ivy will be identified, but again, misdirection early. Trying to pull rotations. They will get Domby just taking space instead. Crossfire set up with RB. See if they can hold this.
Swing now. Domby able to find the first. Looks for a little bit more, but Martin again cuts him down. RB is there for that second layer, but Starso is able to find Francis. Starts on the walk forward, catching Glyph there at A lobby, and RB finds a second. Ivy gets involved, and NonK will be able to find their first round win. Op going to be recovered as they get on the board.
Love the timeout call here from NonK. The plan is pretty simple. Hold your defaults for the most part. Where there isn't early pressure on the map, try to take a little space. They get it in towards the front of B, and Domby's able to get the first kill and really set this round in motion for NonK to start going for those trades, go for those push-outs, and they do a phenomenal job of it. It's a little back and forth.
Tại sao đi chơi vậy?
But overall, you're playing for those trades and you're going to get them.
Anh có làm đâu chơi vậy?
What the doctor ordered here for NonK. Domby does have his ult. You have Starkso's ult already.
Do they have more of it is going to be the question. Can you find
Nói gì không nghe? Mà nói cái gì mà không nghe? Có cái chứng dịch tôi nói là thì mấy người nói mấy người ăn thì mấy người ăn đi. Anh làm bèm hồi nào? Thì đúng rồi, lỡ đau bụng rồi lúc đó là ai chịu? Tôi chịu được hả? Tôi ăn tôi chịu được, mấy người tôi cũng chịu nữa.
Smoke now falling. Domby finding the one. Pops that overdrive, slides in. And will zap Martin down. 3 players alive. NonK, they double up their round count.
This is a great example of what makes Domby such a good Neon. It's the patience that he has. Sometimes, yes, he's going to be running all over you. He's going crazy. He's styling on you, whatever. But look at that jump peek there. He gets the spot onto the 2 players. The one behind the box, the one backside. And he immediately pops the overdrive, wants to make sure that there's nothing left in that round for Gentlemates. And that's huge. Get that early pressure. They have a quick TP over as well after they bully Mates out of long A.
And mind you, that's a 3 ult investment from Gentlemates.
True.
So it ends up being a massive victory for NonK. Round count aside. Now their own decent little bit of ult economy going, and Glyph is going to be caught. X-Ross from all the way across the map, intercepting the enemy Astra.
Great setup.
Once again, though, NonK going to have to go for the retake play. Smitty will reposition. Francis at the same time. The Dimensional Drift is in, spotting out the 2 players at Garage, calling that for RB, but Domby's now going to be taken down. Beepo finding him at backside, finds another. The exit's there. Francis good for 1. But now the neural depth invested here in their face, looking for the shot on the side across, but Beepo will track him down.
What a hold here from Mates. I mean, this is just firepower on display. The setup here is brilliant in the early part of the round. Use the Killjoy utility to stall them out in Garage. You have the lineup with the Hunter's Fury. Yeah, you catch the clone as well in there, but Glyph is the main target. Oh, Beepo. He wants to prove that he can hang with Domby on this server, and he is doing a great job. 5 and 4 for that round. Pivotal. The way he's able to shut down that execute from Domby and Ivy, or the retake attempt, I should say.
It's a massive one. It looks like Mates just continue to just poke and prod towards this C site. I think better of it for now.
Well, for sure.
Once again, NonK trying this walk down mid.
Yeah, with how much NonK has been willing to invest resources into long A early, you might be able to get that open space, get those easy plants, get into your post plants a little bit easier. That round, they just scrambled really well. NonK, I think, had a decent idea of how to play that, but Mates were just better in the individual firepower department. X-Ross is tucked in. He's got a crossfire with RB set up. Let's see if they can do some damage here.
Cage popped. Gets himself flush against the walls. They go fishing into the corner. Spots him out and has him lined up. Fantastic position for X-Ross, and it gets a 3rd. Crosshair just perfectly placed to clean up Glyph. And what a lurk. Perhaps a bit of luck in the mix as well. Starts on now. Last one standing. Ivy quite peeking out from that deep flank. This round surely is going to be NonK's, and there you go. The final shot from behind. NonK trying to keep it contentious. 2 rounds separating now.
Gì? Thì cái ly này anh có sẵn anh uống cho nó hết rồi mới uống cái gì khác được. Thì em ăn xong đi rồi anh ăn.
And he has really stepped up as of late.
And also on a new role, because coming into kickoff, prior to that, he'd been playing controller. It was RB running the Sova, running the initiator. Changed it up, and he has looked right at home. Big performance for him to try to start this off and get NonK into a winning position. Now, just paranoid out from RB, able to buy enough time, buy enough space, slows down the approach. Ooh, he's going to try to make this hat by Sing.
Nice relay bolt.
The dart, the reposition. Clear of that turret. As soon as that KJ still does expire, here comes the entry. Got the leg shot down, he gets a spray down, finds himself a second. Ivy good for one, but Martine still alive, still in with a chance, our mates. And RB closing the gap, here's the TP. Knows he's made his exit, goes for the swing, challenges him, and manages to win it out. NonK one away from tying it up, but man, every time Martine is still alive. Mates are absolutely still in with a shout.
Oh, you feel like there's a chance every time with him. He's up to 15 kills already. Just frying as usual. But this is, in terms of the macro game, good stuff from NonK. You throw that relay bolt out to prevent the quick B hit, funnel them over to C, and they've kind of overcommitted by the point that NonK's already got a lot of players there. They've got 4 out of the 5. And so it's a great crossfire setup. They're in position to handle that pressure nicely. And even though it's fast, it's great on the fly thinking from NonK. Speaking of the devil.
Behind Domby, there's his 3rd ult. Sending out another one. Sprinting his way across, spotting out the players here in mid. Gonna rewrap all the way across towards Heaven. Meanwhile, Francis stunned up into the corner. Gets the shot onto Peepo, but now Martine arrives there in Heaven. Keeps his fellow duels protected and opens up this A site even further.
Ooh!
Won't be able to find one. Gets a little bit of damage there onto Glyph. Follow-up shock dart finding a bit more as well. Martine gonna go for the later linger. Does have the TP to get himself into the corner. Will be spotted. There's the exit. They know where he's jumped to. They look to try to get this defuse going. 3v4 and Ivy taking point, finds the first, swings in, takes out Martine, but not before he finds himself a 3rd kill. Starso pinned into the corner. The defuse, however, is just being held to completion. Enough space bought, enough covering fire from Ivy. NonK tie it up at 5-5.
What composure here from NonK. This round looks like Martine's just gonna win it by himself. He's just gonna knock you out before you have any hope. Great dimensional drift to set up that crossfire. Something that I love about the way mates play is they use their duelists to set up kind of on-the-fly flanks that leave their opponents in just bad positions, but you have that ultimate. You have Ivy's ultimate to clear that space, to set that up, and it's just held. Ivy holds the line brilliantly.
Cuts to the corner. Judge v. Shorty. The jump across, people now going on the entry, immediately shut down, and Francis out like a thief in the night. Thrown up over the top. Martine looking for the readjust. It's going to be Starzo to collect the kill, but now the relay bolt goes in. The Titans hold them back. Double swing in the corner, and RB comes away with 2. Domby with 1, and now it is just a Domby sprinting at him, playing in RB as NonK gain the lead.
This is huge. NonK really good on both sides of this map. Over 70% win percentage, as you would expect with the, 13, 4, 35s. Disgusting, by the way. The combo there, relay bolt, paranoia, double swing. And they hit it out of the park. they're letting loose with a few vamoses of their own.
Mates now, once again, shaky on the buy. A Bulldog, a Sheriff in the mix. Half armor, still going to have that operator. They're not going to be seeing the appearance of the Outlaw here for NonK. Do we get a 6-6? Or 7-5 to NonK's advantage at the half.
Mates have gotten a little one-dimensional, so NonK has been able to rotate well, take space well. They've got a
Ross
great
is
read.
in such an invested position here, and he hits the transfer for all three! Unbelievable!
Không ăn trứng.
Rồi hả?
May sits him down, trades one back, but good God! Finds another clipped by the op shot knife. He's got the finisher 7-5. A rough start for NonK, but what a rally back.
Yeah, I love the ideas early here for Mates. Again, misdirection, trickery, but they get a little one-dimensional towards the end, and it's just great reads from NonK and even better individual efforts.
Yeah, fantastic hero plays on display. Martin still well out in front. Let's see if he can continue that performance when we come back after the halftime break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Cái tiệm này mà nó ở Cần Thơ, cũng xuống Cần Thơ làm.
Everybody wanting a piece of the action on stage, rallying this crowd. Good to see Kesnet getting them hyped up. We find ourselves basically neck and neck here at the halfway point of Haven. NonK able to run it back. A 5-round win streak to get themselves a 2-round lead.
Hard to wipe the smile off my face after watching that crowd. They are so loud here.
Yeah.
It is just phenomenal what this crowd, what energy they're bringing for us and for these players.
The decibel reader is definitely broken.
Yep, it's
that should have capped out. Mini, look at the tuck back. Francis just forwards, able to find one. Mini holding his own, looking for the second, gets a follow-up, but Dami just slides across. Keeps it in with a 3v3. Mate still working on getting everybody shifted over towards this side of the map. Starzo now arriving at C-Link. Double push, ready to come through that garage, but a double face from Ivy and Dami to try to slow them up. Starzo with a shock darts, able to find one, but they get one apiece. And now it is just Starzo, the veteran, the champions winner, to try to clutch it out, but Dami, the smooth criminal, just moonwalks to garage, gets the right-click kill.
People, are you okay? No, it's
Clearly you should say Mini.
Yeah, Mini, are you okay? Yeah, I mean, it was quite the start there. Mini as well, also suffering at the hands of Dambi. Great crossfires again set up. I mean, the post plant really nice here for this 3v3. And as always, Dambi just does a great job of getting info for you on those jump peaks. It's the way he starts his acceleration before, and he's already turning the corner, so it makes it really hard to punish it. He's the best when it comes to that kind of movement. And we've seen it on display a couple times here today, where he's basically winning rounds by not giving mates the ability to find an angle for free.
With this double walk down A long, if they continue to push, they're going to find themselves an open sight. Leaving this quad stack at garage up to their own devices. Ivy's going to go on a bit of a walkabout, check in towards that angle, but he's just the one with a bandit. And now we'll spot out multiple players. He looks to back away.
A little suspicious, but they're pretty quick to rotate right now.
Smoke the garage, trying to drum up some continued interest on that C site. So Mini does tuck back over. If there's anything coming their way, but they're getting into position.
Yeah.
See if they can make a go of this. Recon going to be sent out. Martin able to find the first. Francis will fall. Ping reveal there on the Dombi. Starts, end up flying in. Martin able to find another. Now Ivy going to be taken down. The jump out. Beepo trying to finish the job there on RB. Takes him low, but cannot finish the kill. The Glyph with that recovered bandit. He's able to find the enemy omen, and suddenly his round starts getting away from NonK. This could be the massive jump start that mates need to get themselves back into the half. And Mini picks his timing gorgeously. 4 bullets remaining in this Vandal. The swing only needed 1. Swaps over to the Ghost. Can they try to spot? And Dobby gets the Red Bull clutch.
Hay thế nhở.
From mates to make it so damn close.
It's a great read from mates. Stacking in the garage, waiting things out, and when the spot comes through, they anticipate the way NonK's going to want to move. What, NonK, of course, is going to want to do. Oh, there's 4 garage. Well, we go, hey, easy money. But NonK takes a really long time because it doesn't feel comfortable for them. Maybe it was only, a couple players that were there. I don't think, Ivy saw all 4, so he couldn't really fully get it relayed over to his team that, okay, they're all over here, just go. Just going to go ahead and...
Xí giờ mày đen hả, nghe tên lạ dữ à. Mấy món lạ dữ à.
Now you get nervous about this retake with that there.
Cam getting the reveal on the 1. He will just turn back away over towards long, trying to see if there's going to be anyone on that flank. Meanwhile, RB taking that closer position. His fast lane gets set up. He does have that judge in hand, but Glyph is able to find 1. Francis going to be taken down, and RB just too whiffy on that jump spot. They end up falling to the wayside as Ivy will get eliminated. Glyph, a massive round from the Astra. Keeps it very clean here in the anti-bonus.
Yeah. Little fortunate to get past some of those shotguns, but they do. That's what matters most here. Pretty clean as well for mates. So your economy's going to be very happy about that. Whoops. Didn't hit the first shot. They're all just covering the right angles, doing their jobs. Mini wants to get the crowd behind him. See if they could turn this map around. Feels difficult going up against this composition, this NonK team. And they're on attacker side, but anybody can do it with this Cypher Astra. I think it's very possible for mates.
I mean, you've got that cognitive divide. We one away from a neural theft. There are tools available for mates. Let's string this next one together.
Zombie's already got an overdrive, something that you always have to be wary of. Trying to sell a bit of a fake here with the fast lane. Showing that for the first time, but nobody on mates is buying it. They haven't.
Still have that camera.
They haven't moved the muscle, yep.
Clone forward, cleared out. Beepo keeping that one covered. Thrown out forward, looking for the pop flash out, and Martin
Ôi.
goes 2.
Má ơi, Martin nó làm pha mẹ nhanh dữ vậy.
He just gets torn apart. As now the spike is dropped right there in front of their welcome arms. Clean one shot there from RB, but cannot find the follow-up. Then he keeps him in such a winning position.
Trời ơi là trời. Bị bù.
Cannot find the kill. Ivy tries to drag it back, and now the overdrive going to be invested. An immediate slide away from Dombi. Still getting pressured out though by Starkso. Pushes forward, shuts him down. Barrel stuffing with the overdrive. And now they're going to go for the pivot all the way across to A.
It's Dombi again who's going to bail you out here as NonK, give you a chance, give you some hope. Ivy's going to go all the way up towards heaven. Try to see if he can catch him a bit off guard, a little unorthodox.
Đúng là Neon Deep. Neon Deep và Yuru bên đây thì Yuru Deep.
They can't double up the angle.
Oh, this is going to be tough. This is tough for mates.
Dombey surely spotting out the first. Not sure if he's seen the second though. But now some noise being made. The Astral Form, Ivy unable to find the spray. Couple shots flying through. Glyph whittled away at down to 37 HP. As a right click from Dombey, able to find one. Looks for the follow-up. Doesn't make it happen. His gun barrel spotted. Glyph.
Ôi ôi, đèn thế.
But he just doesn't.
Ông đủ đam à.
Ivy stays alive. As NonK get up to double digits.
I mean, it's the individual effort from Dombey that gets you this round. It's just chaos. But that is exactly the way that Dombey likes it. I thought this was going to be it. The gun barrel had stuck through the smoke as well. So Glyph had a chance and he thought he had it and he pulled back.
See those sparks fly off the head. Makes you think, okay, I've got him, but unable to confirm it. And that's going to be a timeout call now. Surprisingly, somewhat, the first one from the mates camp. It's at a very necessary timing here.
Yeah, maybe an emotional timeout just as much as anything here on the Coinbase win condition. I mean, it's tough because I think they did a lot well in that round in the macro. You just got Dombied, man. Like, It happens. Like, so maybe just talking about how you can calm your nerves a little bit, kind of how you can react to Dombey's movement. But I mean, you could see there how quickly Dombey can change directions, how quickly he reacts to a situation and doesn't overcommit. You know, a lot of players there, when he first pops the overdrive and is going for Stark, so might just keep going and die. He doesn't. He pumps the brakes. He changes directions. He sets himself up for success. Uses that relay bolt to create some space to keep Stark so guessing. He's so clever and so intuitive. And I mean, it's crazy to think that Martine's got 22 kills and you're down 4 rounds right now as mates.
He's just been working wonders, and right now it looks like he's going to be getting himself another ultimate online. Triple contest out into A long. He's 1 charge away, but here comes the crunch. Dombey's going to be able to find one. TP going to be committed to at the same time for a brief little moment, or the cancel comes in from RB.
No second layer there for NonK that was able to back up. Not sure if they got stalled by some util.
Francis now gone. RB feeling overwhelmed. Feeling outnumbered. Goes for the back pedal. Extros now going to be caught out as Martine gets that ultimate online. Don't think he'll need it in this one, though. Clear the tripwire. It's just RB and Ivy. They're trying to see if they can make a go of this somehow, some way. Before, this is a hell of a lot to ask, especially as the dimensional drift will be able to locate both these players, you would suspect. Tuck back through. There's the exit, but cannot get that shorty out fast enough. Glyph, quick on the trade, and RB completely surrounded. Timeout call works a treat for Gentlemates. 3 players stay alive. They get themselves another round win.
Yeah, it just seems like they want to pick up the pace as well. They want to react quickly. They're able to thwart the initial advance of Dombey and then go immediately over towards B, reading that there's going to be the pullback because there's no follow-up layer behind it for NonK. I thought for a moment there that Martine might have made a whoopsie, but his teammate right there to help him out, no problem. Still getting that valuable info, securing the round for sure. Still gonna have that cosmic divide. It's a weak buy for NonK. Lucky for Dombey. Francis, okay, flirting with the Guardian, but instead they're gonna go for 2 stingers. Half armors, an outlaw for Martine to counter this. See how they want to pilot it. It looks like they're really just gonna make a quick hit towards Garage.
Yeah, it might just be
certainly feels like
through that angle.
Quick smoke, drone out, cleared by the outlaw. There we go.
Clone catching a shot. Martine tucks back flat, has to get the reload off as Paranoia goes out. Not connecting on to Mini, however. The swing into the corner. RB looking to try to get some value with that frenzy, but will just fall to the wayside. Francis going to be good for 1, but they are just getting overwhelmed and stormed out of this side. Beepo, another 3K round for him.
Nhịp độ trận đấu nhanh thế.
Back into this map.
And this is a team, the Gentlemates, that has unbelievable resiliency. You saw it all the time in EMEA when they were pushed to the brink, when they were pushed to the limits. Not to mention the least of which is the way they got here. The best of 5 they won in a reverse sweep against Fnatic to find themselves into this event. There is no doubt that the mental is extremely tough for this squad. So as NonK, another go here at long A. Martin, this is a little scary, but has a little bit of an angle in this smoke.
Tiny gap to try to play around with. Doesn't seem like RB's going to be giving him the opportunity, though.
I think this might be one of those rounds where NonK plays it a little bit slower, takes a pause. Ivy finds a tripwire over on the other side, pings it out for his team. Maybe feel like this is going to be one of those rounds where they can just make a quick rotate to the other side after trying to create some attention, throwing another smoke in, throwing a drone in as well to keep that extra player placed. That forces Glyph to have to remain. And even now you're getting rotation. Starkzo's coming over. Timing, is it going to be good? And they're doubling down on this. Are they going to try to pinch through B? Look at the pings.
Maybe making the call for it. They will have the dimensional drift to scout for them. Fire going to be spotted. Glimpse there on the mini. Rotate all the way around up in towards heaven. On the exit, only going to be seeing the clone. Push forward, Clip. Look at them trying to flush out X-Ross, but be able to find that kill. Players now from mates getting into position here as fast as possibly can.
Ui, này thì không bắn nó. Này thì không bắn nó.
Out for even more blood. Martin now gone. Bibble dropping in, and that's the overdrive immediately chunked down to 7 and then finished off. A flawless round for NonK.
Hổ không bắn tưởng là hổ giấy.
Not allowing for mates to get their way back into this.
Hổ không gừ là tưởng là hổ giấy.
Push and pull that we saw more of in Pacific with this team, where they're a little bit slow. They're not always just gas pedal to the floor. They'll take their time. Oh, poor Mini. He tried to hold his shot to wait out the slide, bro. You can't do that against Dombi. He's gonna hit you anyway. And
Martin gánh không nổi mà.
Able to get into A by just being really confused about what, you know, mates are confused about what they're doing on the map because it was so slow, it was methodical. They were making some attention through the drift all the way over, get up in the top of heaven, draw some attention that way. But now a lot of players looking for a B push out. It's a little bit weaker here for mates. Mini just on a Sheriff. Guardian works.
Wins it out.
Yeah.
Worked low, 45 health. Still remaining on him, but still his breath in his lungs, the ability to fight.
A little bit of a change up in the trip position. It's a little bit deeper this time on B. And I'm curious. We've already got tucked in player Beepo right around the corner, holding that tight angle. He's got backup as well for Martin. This could be a meat grinder for NonK.
Oh, this could be a very deadly indeed. It's the jiggle peek out. Beepo able to find the first down. We're going to be taken down. RB as well gone. Martin at second layer in from behind. Picking them apart. Is in reply to a flawless. They're looking to find a flawless of their own. And he can just rotate in, grab himself a rifle. A nice little cheeky upgrade for free. Francis should be dead on the swing. Well, just managed to find the one. It's going to take a hell of a lot more than that. And Beepo again, another 3K for this Neon. Keeps them in with a shout. Just 2 rounds separating. NonK not yet up to map point.
I mean, you can see just how smart, and again, the adjustments that come immediately here from mates. It's like, okay, they've slowed down the pace. Now we can take some space. Now, if they give us those opportunities, we can capitalize on them, catch them off guard, and it works a treat. Again, I love the calling of Starkzo. He is so heady, so aware of the game. And even when things look like they're going catastrophically bad, he's often able to find an answer pretty quickly. Here we go, push out again.
This time, looking for maybe a bit more aggression. Requires still going to be standing. Push forward comes in. Pop of the clone and down. He's just going to go running out of the judge in hand, but he's very much overwhelmed. 3 players waiting from the opposite side of that smoke. X-Ross with the Hunter's Fury able to find one. People now going to be taken down. Francis getting himself flush against the wall, staring in towards that A connector. Starzo on that approach.
You should run.
Has a Hunter's Fury, but there's just no real way to try to invest it from here. Tries to play his way forward. Gets tagged up and now has to back off. Avoid getting detained. Same for Glyph. And this buys an immense amount of time for NonK in the post plant. Glyph, however, able to find one. The enemy Yoru going to be taken down. Shock dart not quite tagging up Ivy enough. Consideration on that ult, but cannot go for it. Ivy finds the final 2, and NonK find their way up to map point.
Great little setup here to get through that trip quickly and start taking space as Dombi. Use the clone to identify it, and then Domby's off to the races. Yes, he doesn't get a kill.
Very important sounds that
You up for a follow-up there because you get the info, because you get the space, and Xros can rip his ultimate. Plus, you got players just ready there on the point. I mean, Francis absolutely turns on a dime there. That's got to be frustrating here. Map point. Gentlemates gonna have to dig deep. A judge for Beepo, a bunch of ultimates in their back pockets. Zombie has the overdrive.
Have a bit of that wombo combo action that can come through with that dimensional drift, and Martin will go ahead and invest it, but might not need the follow-up. As yet more kills gonna be found. RB trying to TP his way forward onto the site. Caught by Starzo. Ivy doesn't have to punch through as Martin arriving around the back, keeping Xros's attention tied. Doesn't fall for the clone. Spots that jiggle peek out. Ivy wants to try to commit in for the plan, but here comes the arrival of the players, and he's only going to be able to find Beepo. Xros now needing to pull up another 1v3. Will not be able to have it. Gentlemates sticking around. 2 more to go to push this map into overtime.
Yeah, Nongshim tests the waters with another B hit, but this time there's a lot of reinforcements. A quick fast lane as well up in the mix. I mean, Martin, he might drop a 30 bomb in a loss here. See if they can turn it around and maybe force OT. But Ivy's been phenomenal lately. He has been great in these post plants. He is so sharp with that Vandal. It's gonna be a weak buy. He does have his ult. Stinger for RB. Seeing how good he can be with those in skirmish in Pacific. As drone to try to clear the way forward onto C. Quick rotations here though from Gentlemates.
They are all in position. Just Starzo still a ways away, but has that Hunter's Fury to try to go ahead and peel off some of that pressure. Opens up with it. Finds RB. The spike now dropped onto the floor. Glib able to find 2! As they just aligned against the Collat. Francis and Downby both going to be struck down. Ivy, however, on that flank, comes away with 2 kills. Xros able to find 1! Oh, that's Ivy! A 1v1. He's got the judge at range. Needs another weapon. Does Starzo. As he rewraps it right now, Ivy is not buying it. Just now considering the potential push over. Grabs the spike. The regression back through the window, the approach towards backside considered for Starzo, but hasn't heard a single thing from Ivy. But he's got so much utility. The alarm bot set up the block off the one side. This is going to give him a lockdown as well. Recalls it. The swing in the corner! And Ivy! What an ungodly Red Bull clutch!
Không có súng để thay mà. Không có súng để thay mà.
What a map! Everything you could want here. Crazy round after crazy round. High tempo, high octane action. And it's going to be Ivy who caps off a stellar Haven.
Welcome to the global stage, young man. What an insane performance. What an insane map. I'm hoping for more of that when we come back for Corrode.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day.
Toma
subirle esa chapa, me gustan peli, tú sabes que yo soy puto que estoy la mentira. Full de los bolsillos para darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla para subirle esa chapa, me gustan peli, tú sabes que yo soy puto que estoy la
Chục tiền xăng, tiền rau củ và 50 là tiền đừng quên.
Bánh mì. Anh stream on giải mà Ron. Bây giờ sáng anh vô anh chơi cùng game với thằng gà kia rồi xong rồi anh mới đi ngủ á.
보면 우리 자연스럽게 풀어질 거고 그러다 보니까 우리 너무 상대 의식하지 말고 그냥 좀 푼다고 생각하고 하자라고 얘기했습니다.
Well, I felt like we were a bit stiff and a bit rusty because we haven't played on the stage in a while. So I told
tới mùa giải là anh phải on 24/24 mà.
and we are eventually going to warm up and be fired up. So don't feel a lot of pressure. We're gonna get it. So I think that's what went well during the timeouts. Now, thank you very much and good luck on the next map.
Well, Wyatt, you set it up that one of these teams was going to be taking their first loss on Haven, and it turns out it was General Maze. But man, what a map!
Yeah, and given what I said that the best result someone had against NonK on this map was getting 5 rounds, maybe you would think, oh, it'll bode well that they got... that was their pick. They picked it, though. They picked it into NonK, and they lost. And they lost. You saw the stats. I mean, our team put up 1,000 kills. We were watching him get 3 Ks and the rounds crumbling around him.
Crazy.
Gạo tiết.
The amount of multi-kills he got in lost rounds.
VCT hạng 36.
I mean, he was trying to do everything he possibly could.
Cho nó vui vãi.
Let's look at the other side of things, though, for a player that had enormous impact for NonK. It's time for the HyperX Reflex moment of the day. And this is on the pistol round. Again, one of my favorite players, Dambi, sliding around. His pistol round impact is unbelievable. Let me throw you a stat here.
Okay.
Dambi is averaging a 1.75 kill per round on pistols.
What?
It's unreal. Most people, it would be amazing if they got a 1.
And NSR, they're like 70%.
Yeah.
Yes.
Around win rate.
They win them all.
Plus,
It's unbelievable, and he is so good, not just on those pistol runs, but consistently. The second half was beautiful from him.
Hạng 6 nên 6 phút và còn nó nói là năm sau nó đi được hạng 3 đó, hạng 3 với hạng 6 là 36. Cho nó vui lắm. Vô bắn nó là anh toàn cho nó không à.
Before getting in to their actual hard executes, where they still look just
Yeah.
so good in the way they're scaling off Dombi.
So we heard in the TAC timeout that there was a call there from the coach to kind of ease into the game. Not necessarily something strategic perhaps, but more just like feeling the crowd, feeling the energy of this game and getting into it because they are fairly inexperienced. What did you see change after that?
I think in terms of the macro, what they did a lot better was pushing through on their defense instead of full rotating back through spawn. First couple rounds, they were over-rotating like crazy. You look at their pistol, they let the turret drop, get flanked through C, lose the round. But here, watch how instead of rotating, they're getting proactive, pushing into
Mà đấy là còn vòng gửi xe mà nhỉ.
and as mates go back to reclear,
Thôi để cho nó vui, cho nó gáy đi.
it's the same thing over towards the A side as they pressure into
Như anh giờ anh đâu có đi mấy cái đó đâu. Nó đi được thì cho nó gáy đi.
and it's something that I was impressed seeing from them regionally that I'm glad is transferring over here with their defensive proactivity.
Yeah, and on the side swap, every single NonK attack side Haven we've seen so far has just been completely dominant. They are so good at pacing things out with the Neon. They don't get caught in some of the traps that you often see the Neon teams falling into. But obviously, when it comes down to crunch time, Danny can just hit the gas at any moment.
Dude, I'm watching round 18.
Kiếm chuyện á.
Mini is holding. Mini, who's got superb aim, by the way, is holding, waiting for Dambi to finish a slide. Tracking him through the air, and Dambi is just wiggling around and then slides and kills him. Sometimes when you watch people go up against Dambi, it does feel a bit unfair. It doesn't necessarily feel like you're getting decent fights.
It's just unbelievable how good he is.
Biết giỡn không? Khôn không? Cái canh này cắn đúng không?
Teams that were playing the Waylay of just having like crazy stuff going on in the air to break your crosshair, but he's doing it on Neon to the same level.
It's great. Martin got like 10 more kills than him, but it felt like Dambi had more impact on the game.
Which is ridiculous to say, isn't it?
Có làm gì, có làm gì, có làm gì.
Need a bit of an adjustment, so let's hear what Paco, the coach, had to say ahead of map 2.
Jen here with Coach Paco of Gentlemates.
Không cắn nè.
Paco, a lot of aggression we've witnessed from NonK. What is your plan to deal with them on Corrode? And how much trouble do you think Dambi's Neon is?
Không, hôm qua anh, tại vì hôm qua tại sao anh vô chơi nó, anh test cái con này. Cái con God của ATK này, má cầm sướng của em à. Cầm sướng hơn con mấy triệu của anh luôn. Con này có 2 triệu mấy, 2 triệu hơn à. Mà cầm sướng tay với trưởng luôn, không dán grip luôn. Không dán grip luôn mà vẫn dính tay. Tại vì cái lớp vỏ của nó, cái lớp sơn của nó nhìn cầm sướng tay vãi trưởng. Cho nên anh vô anh test thử, má cầm sướng quá, muốn tính chơi thêm trận nữa mà mở mắt hết nổi rồi.
Yeah, it is interesting. I think Mates was a bit slow to adapt in that first half. After NonK started to go for these active reclears you were talking about.
Cái này còn là coi stream giải không được chơi game. Chắc chơi game cùng với nó buổi sáng thôi.
Absolutely all about Dombi and how he took over there. And what scares me is that I think this Corrode is another great map for Dombi on the Neon. He looked so good here regionally.
Yeah, he looks really good here, but I think what's curious is that this is really the only map in the pool for me where neither team is looking at Corrode like, damn, we're smashing everyone here. Let's pick in one of our best. This is more, to me, of an anti-pick where Gentlemates have not been great here. Their attack sides have not been good in the couple matches that they played against BBL and Fnatic. So it seems like NonK just want to close this out, taking Gentlemates to a map where they're not going to be feeling at their best.
We saw a fantastic map 1. I mean, even though it's a loss from Gentlemates, the quality of gameplay, I thought, I was really impressed with it. We've also got Bind to finish, potentially, where both teams look amazing. But to your point, I mean, we might be seeing a little bit of a dip here, where it's more to do with can you kind of muddle through a map
this
that's
might become more of a scrap fest, where I think the macro from both teams on Haven is world class. It's just not the case for them on Corrode. It's not at the top of either of the pool. It's, I think, even lower for Gentlemates than for an S.
Sure. I do think that this is still a... Okay, that's very different. Let me hold my point there. Because Martin is hovering the Phoenix.
Chơi Phoenix à?
I mean, already that, we got the KO.
Yeah, it's already so different. They were previously running Waylay Yoru.
Yeah, just like a default meta comp.
Maybe this is why Paco said it's all on us.
Yeah, I mean, it would be cool to see this variant continue. It was very popular end of last year. Teams like NRG were excellent on Corrode, playing this double initiator KO Sova composition.
They weren't playing Phoenix.
No, they weren't playing Phoenix. I don't know if Martine's going to be playing Phoenix,
They've
though.
been studying the EDG VODs. They've been studying them.
Maybe don't do
Yep,
that.
and he picked it. I was waiting to see if I was going to get trolled and
Yeah.
if he would switch back to Yoru, but we are locking in on the Phoenix.
I've seen people run Phoenix Yoru here, had a lot of success. Seen people run a Phoenix Waylay even for Paper X, but never this comp.
Yeah, Viper heavy map, both the Phoenix and the KO are very good for giving active fights and constantly pressuring through the smokes. You have some super powerful ults with this composition to snowball as well if you can get Martine those orbs. But it is so different than the Yoru that he basically only plays.
Just quickly, Wyatt, does this increase or lower your confidence in Gentlemates being able to push us to 3?
It increases it. Honestly, yeah, I am satisfied with seeing them bring something else out where typically they have found so much success leaning into the meta. This was a map where I don't feel that that was the case, so I'm okay with them switching it up to try and stay alive in this series.
Well, it would be incredible if we made it to bind map 3 here in this series. So let's send it back to your casters for Corrode. Here's Achilles and Paperthin.
Okay, some very different looks from Gentlemates. Completely flipping our expectations when it comes down to this comp, bringing us Martine on the Phoenix and our first KO of the tournament here in Mini's hands.
Throwing a literal curveball at the situation, trying to do what they can to maybe get this NonK team a bit off balance. I don't mind the KO too much here. Gives you a little bit of extra layer of info gathering behind Starkso Sova, as well as, you know, having that ult, that ability to nullify all of the abilities, you know, make sure Dombi can't go nuts on you. Stuff like that could be pretty impactful here, but it's untested, it's unproven, and they're gonna have to debut it in their first round of playoffs here at Master Santiago. See if they can get the job done. They once again start on an attack side, selling another fake early, so similar ideas to what we saw on Haven at the beginning. They're already pulling quite a bit.
They're already getting some good damage in. Francis taken down low. Dombi still going to be able to find a kill as many will fall. You get backpedal there from Starzo, but the rest of the team still working their way forward into the B site. Now being heard is Ivy for the opening shot. Won't be able to have it there. Hippo just repositioning, shows his head for a brief little moment, but does manage to tuck away and keep himself alive for now. Nebula fading on this mid connector. The Prowler to lead it forward. Posting that setup, but now starting to get broken down. That flank going to be noted as X-Ross finds the kill on a Starzo. Dambi just dancing around in heaven. Able to find a kill before getting traded out, just like that. Francis taking that early contact, that early damage, survives and finds the final kill as NonK get the pistol.
Yeah, and the way NonK is set up for this round is really nice. Even getting that first pick, as those two players were trying to sell a fake on the other side of the map, they kill one. Dombi's immediately running over, but they're not over-pressing. They're not overextending. They're hanging back by B tower, by B elbow, waiting out to see if there's going to be any aggression. They use a snake bite to buy a little bit of space, buy a little bit of time. And then this is a huge catch for X-Ross there to take Starkso out of mid. That really opens up that extra layer for you, that extra angle that you don't have to worry about. And then they just flood in together. You've used all your utility by that point as mates as well. There were no flashes left on the retake.
Full force coming through, try to catch NonK off guard. Flashes in, Francis with that judge going to be able to find one. Now they know the buy is in play, but Ivy still so far forward, ends up getting caught by it. Big advantage now into the hands of mates. They look to tie things up 1-1 immediately. TP in, RP, hounded down, and Martine is right back to it. The 4K to make it 1-1. He's already one charge away.
Tiền hay quá.
There you go, more trickery from Gentlemates. Coming in with a plan. And it works an absolute treat. This angle that Martine takes. Dombi tries to slide right at him and pays the price.
Well-earned pop-off from him. Just picking up right where he left off in the previous map. Now, one kill, give him that run it back just in case things start getting a little bit dicey. And NonK's own will thrift the attempt here. Francis again with a shotgun. He's going to be playing on the corner. Swing in, and Martine survives. Get that heal through as well.
And he's got the regen shield. That's crazy value. Gets the ult. You can funnel an ult orb over to Mini too. That's so huge for Gentlemates. Comes the little backfill here, but
Just grab up that Bucky so maybe Dambi can try to put it to use. RP. Hearing all of this rotations coming in. pings out. The question is, can they do anything about it? Obviously, the weaponry is just not great at all for NonK. Dombey trying to get himself forward into the sights so he can actually utilize this shotgun. Relay Bolt going to be coming in. Dombey sliding forward, able to find one, get some damage on that follow-up there. As Beepo will get his legs cut up beneath him. Martin's still here!
Ôi!
Dombey gets two with a bucky!
Ôi, đèn thế.
Unbelievably close!
Một chút xíu là được rồi.
Can breathe a sigh of relief.
Chuột gì tím liệm vậy anh? Con ATK gót đó em. Sướng lắm. Cầm sướng tay lắm. Sướng tay vẫy trưởng luôn. Nó còn hơn cả con 2-3 triệu của anh nữa, phải cái liềm thực. Con này có 2 triệu à. 2 triệu mốt là cao. Con này hình như mua xài rồi có 1 triệu, 1,5 triệu à. Mà con anh nếu như mà không có bảo hành chắc anh bán cầm 1,2 triệu. 1,2 triệu, 1,1 triệu. Cầm sướng tay lắm. Cái form nó là form của Razer với 3 Pro ấy, mà nó nhỏ hơn tí. Nhưng mà được cái lớp sơn nó đẹp lắm. Lớp sơn thứ nhất đẹp, thứ hai là không có bám mồ hôi tay, không bám vân tay, cho nên cầm đã tay lắm.
Covering fire, able to find the one, but there is a hell of a lot more work to be done. Another smoke going to be bloomed in, but RB ends up falling. Extros with a follow-up. Martin now dead. The spam coming in. There's the flank from Mini. Forward into the
Nhìn design đẹp vậy, đẹp mà, đẹp lắm. Có màu đỏ nữa, bữa anh tính lấy màu đỏ mà thôi anh lấy màu tím đi, tím cho đẹp.
I mean, Mates again find that opening kill and immediately press their advantage with the Phoenix ult. Martin already up to 8 kills. Oh, Cliff there. Stunned up, still hits the shot.
Nó vỏ nó carbon nữa, vỏ nó bằng carbon nữa. Carbon cũng như là final mount nữa thì nó còn hơi bị flawless đúng không? Còn con này không bị flaw luôn. Cứng nhắc à. Cái vỏ nó cứng nhắc à. Không có bị ọp ẹp luôn. Con final mount dễ bị ọp ẹp lắm. Con của thằng Otis đang xài á, hình như chắc nó mua cái con mới nhất hay sao ấy.
Ready and willing to chase this corner, but people does manage to find him with the outlaw. RB swinging in, gets himself another headshot, but the kills end up going the way of Mates. Dust settling, and Extra still a world away.
Như của thằng Otis đó là kiểu cũng là carbon đúng không? Hình như nó con là con Frost thì phải. Con Frost hình như là 7 củ hay là 8 củ gì á. 7 củ, 7 củ, không có hàng ở Việt Nam xách tay về. Hình là 7 củ thì vậy. Giờ mua con đó thì con đó phơm cầm thì ok. Chắc là mua medium á. Anh không biết nó mua của làm màu đen hay là màu Frost. Màu Frost là màu trắng. Hồi đó anh xài một con rồi cho nên anh biết. Anh xài một con Ultralight. Cái con đời đầu á. Lúc đó là anh kiếm con Viper này nè. Viper con màu trắng này nè, không có hàng. Mà của hợp kim luôn không có hàng cho nên xài đỡ con đó. Sau khi tìm được rồi thì mới bán con đó đi mới xài là Viper. Màu Frost anh vậy đúng rồi. Màu Frost là màu trắng 7 triệu mấy á. Nhưng mà nói thì cái con đó dễ bị flaw, thứ nhất là, thứ hai là dễ bị bám mồ hôi lắm. Màu trắng nó dễ bám mồ hôi lắm, dễ bị ố lắm. Vậy đúng rồi, dễ bị ố lắm. Nếu mà mua của tụi final mount á nên mua màu đậm á, một là màu đen hay là màu xanh, màu đỏ đồ này kia ấy, nó đỡ bị ố màu hơn. Còn màu trắng nó dễ bị ố lắm. Hồi trước cái con của thằng gì ta, thằng gì của bên streamer của bên Bắc Mỹ á, cũng xài được một thời gian cái nó bị ố ấy.
Still have to worry about Stark's ult, of course, as well. Francis is going to have his Exros one away from a Nightfall, so a lot of tools here, a lot of ideas that you can toy with. And oh my god.
Con này cái con này đẹp, thứ nhất là đẹp, thứ hai là cái vỏ bên ngoài cầm đã lắm, cầm tơi lắm. Cái lớp sơn nó cầm đã lắm. Không cần phải dán vân tay luôn mà vẫn dính tay.
Really making any kind of fast hit or early aggression. The spike's still down. They're just playing slow. They're waiting this out. They're anticipating NonK getting aggressive.
If NonK continue to scale like this, then that spike might remain stranded.
That's true.
Mini watching for the moment. Doesn't send out the 0 point.
Tham minh.
And there's the timing.
Đen.
There's the catch. Cliff, however, still going to be out here at spawn. And Francis has the spot, has the kill. Damby trying to scale his way forward, but Martin still here supplier, but
Ma mua dẻo thế. Ôi ôi. Mẹ, Damby nó mua dẻo ác. Sắp tới anh đem con quốc tinh về, chắc quốc tinh phải làm 2 clip á. Một clip là unbook, một clip là mod. Nó cũng đang xài con quốc tinh nữa mà anh không biết là nó xài quốc tinh màu trắng hay màu đen. Và sắp tới anh lấy được con quốc tinh màu trắng. Má đọc tụi M8 trong quyển sách luôn. Không có cơ hội luôn.
Francis as well just tucks himself in behind the box so he doesn't get spotted by people on the entry. Change of ideas, change of locations. RB up to bat.
Slotting his way into the corner, checking that. Now, locking on to be able to find Mini, but Cliff will be able to trade it back. A 2v4 now. Spike widely, just going to be stuck in yard, and Francis wants to try to flush him out. Gets the spot here. Ivy able to find Star Zone. Francis just pops out of the dimensional drift. Arrives to find Glyph. And suddenly NonK chaining together these 2 rounds, just 1 away from tying things up.
Well, this is huge for the economy of NonK and bad for the economy of Mates. They only had enough money because there's been quite a few scrappy rounds to weather through 1. They're not able to get that second to go, so now NonK's economy starts to boom, and it's a bust on the other side, and that's going to force a timeout, this time from Gentlemates.
Very proactive on this. Wanting to find as much success as they can from this attacker side. This is their side selection on NonK's map of choice.
Well, you're going to have Mini's ult. You're going to have the no commands. You're going to have some ability here to, I think, really stymie a lot of what NonK relies on. And, you know, Martin as well has to run it back so he can get you a little bit of info, clear some space. So for NonK, maybe you're talking a little bit more retake heavier. They're just going to keep with the aggression. I mean, seems like that's been the game plan no matter what. The change up during NonK's timeout was just, hey, let's try a different kind of aggression, and it works out. Exros does have a Nightfall as well for some kind of retake. RB has his ult, so some tools to kind of play around with here. You know, I don't know if Mates is going to invest their ult in this round because it's the eco, of course, but things to start to consider, at least for a follow-up. They're going to default this time, NonK. A little bit of a 2-1-2 it looks like. Got to play a little bit safer. Don't give up anything. You know, you don't want to drop guns over early if you can help it.
3 Sheriffs and a Bandit. See if Mates can work some thrifty magic here. Maybe just get some of these ults out of the hands of NonK. For now, thrown forward to mid. I believe it's spotted out Exros's position. 0 point will.
Yep. Double checking if there's players around that corner.
Francis just staying tucked here, ready to just invest that judge in alongside that vulnerable. There goes Martin, knows that he tagged up the enemy Neon as well. Looks for a little bit more. Glyph with a nice headshot. We'll be able to catch him on the jump, but Ivy still here, still standing, still breathing, still fighting. Swings in, now puts that spike down on the floor. As the Nightfall does go across, gets the K into these players. And Ivy transfer another 4K from him.
Vào tay lắm rồi. NS nó vào tay lắm rồi.
I mean, everybody talks about Domby, Francis. You know, RB had a glow up. Xross had a phenomenal best of 5 against RRQ, but Ivy is so steady. And usually it's like lurking. He's doing kind of this second layer of information gathering for you. But today he has just been discussing. Look at that transfer too. Woo!
First international event is here on his feet, taunting across the stage. But now we go back into a bye for Mates. Reestablish this lead. Null command as well as the run it back still available. Just been held in the back pocket for now.
NonK abandoned mid. So they have no info initially. They've got to start re-clearing this space. Meanwhile, Mates is just going to try to scale.
Working their way forward. Paranoia does go through. But the curveball from Martinez perfectly placed.
Down.
Going to be taken down. Spotted on the recon ping. Starzo finds the wall bang. Francis quickly trying to scale in behind them. Angles being watched. Splits the difference between the two players and doesn't manage to find the kill. Starzo now cleans up the enemy Oru. Damby trying to push his way forward, but has to abandon this angle. Steps up the fast lane, immediately backpedals. Ivy at the same time, still here, but now dead. Mini, great awareness, flushes out the enemy Viper. 2v4. It's still a very favorable position to re-establish the lead. Double join up. Pop of the ultimate, and Martin finds value from it immediately. RB eliminated. Domby trying to play this one out patiently. Sell him on bacon.
Domby whip.
He gets whippy. And Starzo capitalizes on that 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, this is just great from Mates. One of those rounds where if you're given space, take it. And they do. There's a follow-up plan, but like you said, a great flash, a great reveal. And that completely stalls out NonK's cheeky attempt to try to catch Mates in mid. So it's just better reactions from Mates this time. And oops. He's laughing a bit. He knows he should have had at least one. Back into the op for Francis. Trying to clear the drone. They do. So op hasn't been identified. It's more of an alien this time. This has been the direction that NonK was putting pressure in the last couple of rounds early, so Mates was looking to try to have a counter for it, see if they could catch NonK off guard. NonK back to a bit more of a default with the pit invested over at the front of B.
Yeah, I mean, they have to be decently suspicious about Francis being there in mid with that operator. Tuck all the way back through the attacker spawn, not giving him the angle into mid. But Ivy, how does he play this one out? He's been so damn good for NonK this entire time, but it is the full forces of Mates getting ready to come running at him. He's going to be spotted here into the back, trying to send out that snake bite, but already he's been flushed out, taken down. Francis storming forward. Quick scope, pop there on a Starzo, but now Xross gone. Francis cannot follow up flick. Domby strafing out to his demise. Martin cleans it up, and now RB just has to tuck away and try to save this weapon so he can drop for a teammate in the follow-up round. Mates going to be getting themselves up to 6.
It's just simple things here for Mates. Again, finding good reactions. Heading over to the other side of the map and just bullying their way through. You just run the Neon in through the Viper's pit. RB looking to see if he can find any exits. They've all evacuated towards defender spawn.
I mean, if you can just get in and grab the operator.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Ninja defense.
Nah, okay. Maybe try to take one down with him, but doesn't register just how quickly Pippo's there behind him. I mean, this guy, he's Mr. 3K of this event, it would seem.
He's been really, really good for Mates today. Oh, what a quick scope there from Francis. Woo!
Center mass, but that's about as good as it got.
Yeah, the problem is you've got all these angles already created because Bippo's so far, he's into B elbow. You're flooding in through the site. I mean, trying to get that retake to go there. Just flooding through Link, it's tricky, to say the least. Glyph has an ult. It's getting kind of close to a drift.
Once again, looking for this aggressive push out to try to get a catch. Spike not going to be in the hands of Mini this time around, though, and he is able to backpedal over towards the spawn. Rescales, does get spotted, tagged down low. Relay Bolt going to be sent out. Domby trying to find him. Pop Flash not going to find the turn, but now blinded up by the Paranoia. Things get chaotic. The RB eventually will be able to find him with that Spectre. All the while, A site's been taken. Plant about to come through. 2 players nearby enough. Tempo scaling into the back. Francis able to find the track on it, but not before Ivy ends up falling. But Francis is able to go ahead and get himself a second, but runs low on bullets, and eventually Starzo collects the kill. Glyph hearing that movement, scale forward, pass Danby outdone now into a 2v2. The swing around the back, the flank now known. X-Ross, however, good for the kill to go into the 1v1.
Nhiều quá không?
Battle of the controllers, the tap on the plant, but RB is swinging around the world. With 40 seconds, Glyph could do the same, could even sprint over to B if he wanted, but will just go for a corner plant towards Halls. Tucks behind the box, is dialed in on the angle.
Oh!
Timing.
Ôi!
Snaps out of it fast enough, and RB
Ôi má ơi! Thằng mình kìa! Vẫn làm được à?
massive 3K for Glyph.
And that's
Mates the lead of the half.
It's one of those rounds that you really needed from Glyph. He's been good for those big clutches. He comes up huge here, slowing down Donby, taking out X-Ross, taking out RB. Huge.
Taunts are now flying. Mates looking to make this an 8-4 scoreline. Dimensional Drift available on the one side, still 2 ultimates for Mates. Just Fury as well as that Cosmic Divide. Set them up very nicely for a post plant to secure the round. Meanwhile, NonK wanting to go for this aggression. The jump peek out. Francis narrowly able to win out the fight. The Hunter's Fury now going to be there in reply, but all the players fairly elusive, so will not get tagged up. They get a kill, they get the ult, they get out scot-free.
Nice little jump peek to set up Francis on the wide swing. Looks like we're gonna make another go at B. Hold up close this time.
Ball gonna go flying, turns over to the side, it's gonna be Ivy, able to find more team of Francis. Good for one before getting taken down. The site broken open, and again, 2v3 here for Gentle Mates. And they work that magic once again. Cosmic Divide going to be invested, cutting off that mid-connected position where 2 players are looking for the approach, but they're gonna go facing forward.
Ôi, thằng mình lỗi rồi.
Maybe expecting that the wider numbers are going to be coming in through main. Either way, the defuse is there, and it's going to be 7-5 at the half yet again.
Wow. I mean, I thought this match was going to be high tempo, high pace, but it's definitely living up to that. Loving the way that both teams are just going at it, brawling in their own styles.
Insane scenes here from both of these squads. We'll want to rally back in the half here for Gentle Mates. After the first map loss, let's see if they can take this map out from beneath NonK's feet and extend it to bind when we come back.
Vamos a hacer algo, Aquí estoy con mi compa David y vamos a jugar un juego. Cuando él redoble el tambor, quiero que ustedes se vuelvan locos, que se levanten de la silla, que griten lo que quieran. Y cuando yo diga paren, nos quedamos todos en silencio, ¿va? David, cuando quieras. Todos, 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 todos. Arriba, 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 arriba. ¡Para! Muy bien. David, cuando quieras. ¡Vamos! ¿Les parece una más? Santiago, todos, 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 arriba, 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 más fuerte, más fuerte, más fuerte, para, estamos bien, estamos bien, muy bien, muy bien, muy bien. Vamos a despedirnos ya con la última. Cuando quieras, David, ¡dale duro! ¡Vamos arriba! ¡Arriba! 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 ¡No los escucho! ¡Y para! ¡Santiago! ¡Grita con el alma!
I think we've solved the energy crisis here with this crowd in Santiago. They have an infinite pool of it available at the drop of a hat or the beat of a drum.
Amazing. Amazing. I mean, we're busting out all the stops here today. That's the first musical instrument that's debuted out there on the
And I'm
stage.
sure it will not be the last.
I have a feeling you're right. Let's just get like a full-on orchestra out there and just let it go. Let it go. All right. Well, NonK on the attacker's side, 4-1. A little bit of a sell on a attempted fake over on the other side, waiting for that 0 point. Martine swings out. Use this wall to scale.
So around the corner, the pop flash, and here's how many guns are on the opposite side. So we'll just go ahead, back away for the time being. Molly going to be lobbed in with Martine still able to find one, and Francis burned to death. Another kill for him from beyond the grave.
Mất 3 rồi.
Setting up mates.
Really nice.
Pistol win
Cái này là mất 3 rồi.
The side of Gentlemates with using that Phoenix ability to kind of cut apart an attack before it can really begin, because you can use a curveball, you can use the Molly, and everybody on NonK just kind of has to take a pause. They can't follow up off of Dombi the way they want to, so I can definitely see some of the theory here and why it's working well.
Kiểu này là mất 3 rồi.
Switch up in comps. Still though, Glyph.
Steep push.
Yeah, there's 2 players that are going to be wrapping, so this is going to be pretty tricky for NonK, it feels like.
Starzo still has to be cognizant of potential mid-push coming through, but they are getting themselves aligned on the correct side of the map now.
Well, it's a 2-2 crunch, so you got to try to get ahead of the curve. You have to win this pretty well for NonK.
Yeah, they're looking for the swing in. Spot out onto the one player, but Ivy ends up getting taken down. RB dead, and it's just X-Ross with 16 HP, dead to the shotgun. No, the headshot from Starzo. His mates, 3-round lead. Pistol is theirs. Slated now to take this up 9-5.
This is nice. I mean, just great stuff from Martine again. And right before the relay pull blooms, he's getting his work done. And again, you had to win that fight on the backside cleanly for NonK to really have a chance in that round by Arches, but not able to do it. Therefore, it's a pretty easy cleanup for Mates. A little bit of a investment here. Yeah, a couple Buckies and a Sheriff.
There's a bandit in hand as well, but Tombi right in on top of Martine, able to find that kill. Tucks back, dodges the relay pull, but Pipo here with his marshal trying to hold the line, finds the first, immediately backpedals. Sends in a couple more shots, but Starzone's going to be taken down as Ivy finds a follow-up shot. Headshot swinging through, but it runs out of bullets, and Mini will be able to strike him down.
Con sượt gần khó chịu vậy.
The marshal really grabbed up here. Mini's position now known. I'll be there around the corner. Mini had heard the teleport. But how are you really meant to try to flush him out? Inching forward, does manage to find it. Jump peek though from Francis. Greets him with a Bucky. Buck shot to the face. And now it's just on Glyph. Been clutch for them before, but this time.
Win round echo luôn mà. Đâu đây.
Going for as heavy of an investment as we saw from Mates at the start of this, but still will find the same result.
It's just wild. I am loving this. Both teams throwing in a little bit of extra. This time, it's NonK throwing in their spice into the mix. No shotgun, something they love to dig into. Work a treat. Creating that extra angle, making it difficult with RB as well, but here we go. Big stack. Francis with the outlaw.
Do they push for it? He is very far forward. That curveball can get the catch, but he still gets that shot on a Pipo. That is unbelievable, and Ivy just massacres the remaining 3.
Is that a no-scope?
I think it might have been. I think he pulled off the scope just in time. Absolutely unreal.
Show me the slow-mo of that after this round, observers, please.
7-8.
I don't think that there's going to be too much more happening. I believe Starzo has been heard here in mid, just has that shorty in hand. Going to be zoned away as they want to try to funnel this kill into Francis's hands. Problem is, you do have the gap closed, but there you go. We'll still be able to find it. It's going to be flawless in response here for NonK. 1 away from tying it up, and Francis 1 away from having the dimensional drift.
Just bananas. Just absolutely bananas. I gotta see this again.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Jeez.
Put your life savings on red tonight. That is one hell of a gamble that pays off for him.
Thank you, replay team.
But now, glass cannon force on this operator. People looking to try to shut down the aggression. Immediately, Martin going to be rerouted back inside of the site. The orb gets grabbed up. And this is really what they wanted to contend for. Dimensional grip at the ready as IB intercepts through the mid connector. Mini and Martin both taken down.
And here's the rotations coming out of A2.
He sat back watching for it down at the same time, just gliding forward. Francis giving his life over. IB still going to be good for the one, but cannot find people. But now they know that there's an operator in play. Do they want to hunt for this is my question.
Ngoài ba mở cửa rồi.
Could end up being a little bit risky, but
5 rưỡi rồi. Chắc mở 6 giờ, chắc cũng 6 giờ mở.
obviously going to be favored on the angle if RB continues to push from here. If they can remove this off from their hands, that would be devastating for mates. Looks like they're not going to pursue too deeply for this one, so we'll allow them to stay alive at least for the moment. NonK will tie it up at 8-8.
It's just explosive stuff, but this time we finally get to see one of those Ivy lurks come to fruition. And he finds two. Somehow sneaks his way up mid.
Ngoài là có chủ.
Has a vandal. Oh, and he's got damage on him. And Dambi is around the corner. And Dambi collects the kill. Nothing retained. 8-8, all tied up. Once again, money in the dumps for Gentlemates.
Dude, Ivy. Oh my God, he's so clean today. He's barking too. I'm not gonna lie, you don't see that too often in Pacific, folks.
No, not at all. And Hexross was really the one that was standing up, getting riled up.
Right.
Now, Gentlemates looking to try to pull off a thrifty. Walk down into mid, Starzo slotted into that smoke. The flash going through, but Ivy again just comes in off that side angle. Just Starzo off guard, finds the kill.
Mỗi tay phải lấy miệng cắn.
They're gonna try to delay, but just a clone out. This is all a bit of a ruse.
Good damage onto Francis. Obviously, leads with a dimensional drift. We'll be safe in that. They're making plenty of noises. Okay, the mask does go on. Relay bolt to delay down me. The slide forward. He's looking for the shot. Will only be able to find a Smatterer damage. Ross is there for the punish. Player advantage now expounded upon as Glyph is the last one standing, and he is a world away from this A site.
Now you can get Ross's ult off this plant and set yourself up for success. And again, on the attacker side, once NonK gets there, it's Ivy with 3.
He's back on his feet again.
Well, if I was playing that way, I would be.
Ha ha ha.
Oh, he's been destroying.
This is unreal.
21-11-7 at the moment.
Nó quánh cho tài nó tạo rồi, nó rút lại.
Now, back into another buy. That run it back there from Martin. From Starzo.
Oh, and this is so key for mates to get back into this match. Their economy is going to be in tatters if they lose again.
Yeah, meanwhile, you're going to have cash cap on multiple players.
Correct.
For NonK. Breaking the economy from here is going to be damn near impossible. Dambi leading the charge, sliding in, and hits the shot on a Glyph! No, that is disgusting!
Ảo được đây, anh Dambi ạ.
Again goes wide, just cannot get a catch on these players.
That's illegal.
Too damn fast, too damn elusive. Pipo sliding forward is able to find Ivy though. The pit now immediately going to be dropped. Still a player disadvantage, but clean tap finds Dambi. But Martin snapped back. Once again into the connector, 2v3. To try to clutch it now, the 1v3 Martin. The weight of the world, potentially this map, this entire series on his shoulders right now in this moment. Relatively healthy, the curveball forward, looks for the kill, but Xross.
Mà bị dính flash vẫn vả mờ mà chịu rồi.
They hit double digits and once again break the economy of mates.
And it's a little bit of a different look this time from NonK. A lot of times it's fast lane in first and then they go, but he's actually going and he throws the fast lane as he's in the door already, slides through. So I think just the timing there caught Glyph a little bit off guard. These little things that they change individually round to round. You know, in particular, Domby, of course, you're going to be watching him on those big execute moments. But stuff like that is so annoying, so difficult to deal with, and why nobody has beaten NonK yet this year.
The second and final timeout for mates on this map. Maybe just in this series, unless they can rally this back. Take a look at the Coinbase win condition, and the big one that I have in mind is going to be Martin, of course. Has a Hero Vandal in hand at the moment. Starzo maybe considering the buy down for a Guardian as well. Give him a bit more oomph.
Again, Martin has been having a good series, a very good series, especially on Haven. You know, and we saw some hope with this new comp, and you know, Beepo's getting involved, getting those 3Ks. He's going to have his overdrive, so he's going to be able to kind of bust that out, hopefully get some value out of it. But in general, NonK on this attacker side, they're also going to have an overdrive, so we might get the duel of the fates there. See how it all shakes out.
Yeah.
Judge for Glyph, it looks like, is what he's thinking about buying with. I mean, I don't know, man. It's NonK's being really creative. They're showing you a ton of different looks, and now they're going to try to just flood A.
Beepo and Mini to try to hold this line, stem the tide here in some fashion. The slide forward immediately shut down, blinded up, no clue what was hitting them from the flank. Fast pivots now called in from mates. NonK pump the brakes here for a brief little moment. This allowed for mates to try to get themselves into position. The curve ball going to be good.
Ôi ôi, Martin whip luôn rồi mà.
Jump forward, the shorty in hand. Francis finds Mini. However, Glyph suddenly exploding back with kills of his own. Two picked up on the Judge, damage dealt to RP. As suddenly NonK reeling, sprinting their way across towards that.
Yêu máu nó sụt trời ơi, cút hết luôn mà.
Oh, look at that. Oh, Ivy just missed the timing. Well, Starkso seems he might have heard footsteps.
He might just get caught, but no. Narrowly misses it. Ivy can breathe a sigh of relief, but Glyph is still on that flank. He is still encroaching on this position. Gets the pings down, though. Knows that he's rotated his way further forward into the site itself. Push forward into the poison orb, finds the timing. Gorgeous from Glyph.
Đau.
A shock dart takes RB so very low. They are making this impossible for him.
Đau.
The Guardian. And high pen damage.
Bắn sốc đạt đau.
What a round from Glyph. Bails out mates when they need him the most.
Again, it's another MasterCard thrifty here, but man, oh man, Glyph has done God's work here. And he just catches NonK over stepping just a little bit. They try to triple swing that angle. Wart anticipating a Judge. They were just riding that wave of just running people over on their way in. Got a little overconfident, got a little over-aggressive.
That is a critical one. In the end, 4v5 conversion at its peak, with people dead off the rip. Now, mates able to afford an operator into this once again. Fast rotation is going to be coming through. Is Starzo is hitting the thing there on RB, takes Ivy down to a sliver as well, and RB just swings right into the spray. Just could not confirm that kill, and now the spike very much is stranded. So not deep enough to be able to spot out Damby, but we'll just back away, not over-aggress, not overwatch this spike angle, and allow themselves to get picked apart.
They're going to be going into the stack.
3 players on this side. Not great no matter which way you cut it.
Well disguised.
Swing in. Slow swing, Francis. Easy pickings there for Beepo. Downbeat making plenty of noise, trying to go diving forward. Hits transfer over to Mini. Hold on a second.
Má bắn vào đó sâu tỉnh mẹ ngủ luôn mà.
To avoid that concuss, just setting up a fast lane here. Plant not in play quite just yet. I suspect a ton of this pressure now on X-Ross's shoulders. Downbeat still has not committed to this one. Trying to get an angle, but it's going to be Starzo out from yard, able to find that kill. X-Ross now striking. Finds the operator. Sends out a seize, needs to recover the spike, is able to do so, but it's only 18 seconds to try to play around with. He just has no idea where Glyph is at. Towards CT, now the swing, getting ready to come through at Halls, and it's going to be Stars over the 4K to tie up at 10-10.
It's starting to get really good reads. They're showing things to NonK that they're not able to diagnose in time. I mean, first of all, Starks though just going absolutely bonkers there. Gets 2 dinks before he gets the spray down. Big step up from the IGL, but the way they disguise this position, okay, yeah, Domby gets 2, sure. But you've already done critical damage to NonK with the way that you're able to play the beginning of the round, able to hold that mid angle.
Now Vinny got an Odin in hand. People trying to challenge forward. Domby just gonna go sliding at him with that judge. Martin will be able to catch him with a headshot. A nice one. Slow the roll here of NonK. Grab the orb though, Extros. Now with the Nightfall online. Martin has some backup. Mini there at Heaven has that Odin in play, and Martin a clean tap. Sits down RB, the spike now gonna be dropped. Plays well set up. There's the ping reveal. Martin finds himself a third. Could very well be on for an ace, but Francis will be able to deny it away. Oh, Francis with a third of his own. And now it is just Glyph to once again trying to bail him out.
Bắn đi bắn lại đó, hồi bên M8 còn đúng thằng. Ok.
Towards the connector. Glyph just stays tucked away, playing it quietly. Doom of the orb, the scale forward. Watching for it, but no. Glyph winning out that fight. Francis now dead. Either try to be the difference maker to get NonK back into the lead. Or can Glyph deliver another massive clutch? He's just going to be disrespecting this fight. Just strafes across it, but Ivy now aware of this. Knows that he's got some damage on him. It can all come down to one shot
hay
from
quá.
Ivy. Finds the win again. NonK now up to 11, 2 rounds away from closing this out. The Gentlemen still yet with an immense amount of fight in them.
What a round here for Francis. Stops Martin from single-handedly claiming the lead for Gentlemen. And then it's who else? Ivy. In the end, plays this so well, so patient, using his util to buy some time. And now they're just going to rush into B, it looks like.
This alt economy, though, could stir things up. Dimensional drift from Francis. Needs a charge, and immediately you've got 2 players leaning in from mid towards this B site. The push forward into the scout. Should have seen Martin there. Will just be the quick exit. Martin trying to find a punish, but it's going to be RB covering. Snaps him back from the
Domby nó quậy rồi quá.
Molly in hand, the Prowler to check. Doesn't get the catch there on to Beepo. As Ivy just tries to hold forward. Solo with a shorty in hand. Swings in, shuts down one. Technically restable there for Mini. If they can find the space, but there you go. Starzo brings it back from the grave. The swing out, the charge!
Ôi ôi, lại là Domby à.
Domby just runs over them as NonK get up to match point.
Không, M8 xuống nhánh 2 luôn. Nhánh thua luôn.
Look at the economy for Gentlemen. It's in tatters.
It's going to be Stingers, Spectres. You've got one Vandal for Martin. Love the way Domby does this. Just keeps taking space, keeps scaling. Finds a kill up in Heaven. Drops back down to get 2 more. And they just make a meal of Gentlemen at the door. And it's slam the door maybe on this match.
He's got a judge, and he still has an overdrive behind this. The drone over the top. Ivy going to be spotted. Quickly has the backpedal, but will get caught. Critical mistake here from NonK's Viper. The flood retake is looking very possible. Do they just fight their way out? No. They will just go for a backside plant. Pass lane set up. Extros taking that contact. Cross towards yard. His relay bolt gets dodged. A curveball in. Domby blinded up. Francis, however, able to find one. And Domby! He just slides right in! Another 3 kills! Glyph will sit him down, but I don't think he
Domby nó hay quá.
He cannot. He is over.
Domby nó hay quá.
13-10 again. NonK pull off the 2-0 over Mates.
And everybody's been talking about this team. Maybe the best Dion in the world. And he showed you why in those last couple of rounds. He went absolutely crazy with the judge. Finally got it to go. A hell of an effort here by Gentlemen. Threw some cool stuff at
Làm bị bắn như thế này thì mẹ băng băng du lịch.
But this NonK team is everything that everyone said they were.
Bắn kinh vậy nhái.
So damn good. A 2-0. The first seed team coming in onto the stage cold. But they warmed up very, very quickly. What a victory for this squad that is widely comprised of rookies in their first ever global appearance. They keep themselves well within that upper side of the bracket.
And it's RB's first win at a global event since Champs 2023.
Ôi.
How about that?
It has been a long
Nghĩ
time.
nha mọi người ơi.
And he has been right at home with his noodle bros. NonK might just very well be that team to beat here at the event. What an incredible performance.
Bye bye guys.
That drive is there, that hunger is there. You can be damn